Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. How's everyone doing today? Awesome. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello. Loki, glad you could be here. Hope you're enjoying your lunch. Permanent Backlog, love the username. Welcome, glad you could be here. All right. Well, we're going to jump straight into it. As per usual, we've got a lot that we're doing today, so we're going to waste no time sitting around, and yeah, we're just going to jump straight in. First off, we're going to start with some, well, good news, everyone. You know how I was saying yesterday that the RPG Maker community is fantastic. There's some really smart people, and everyone is pretty attentive to the forums, and I have to say that again, because yesterday, after we made our post saying that we're trying to, set the actor names to the skill names and all that fun stuff, let's see, yeah, 5 minutes. 5 minutes after I made that post. Wait a minute. That time is all off. Okay, well, it wasn't in the AM. It definitely was not 3:32 a.m. So it's got my time zone super off, but still does not change the fact that 5 minutes later, a.k.a. responded and was like, yep, this is what you want to do. So this is what I was missing, was that right there. It's just data skills, .name. That's it. That is it. And then, of course, they also made sure to be like, oh, and if you want to get the description, and then it's just .description. So with that, so yeah, first of all, shout out to a.k.a. over on the RPG Maker forums. Fantastic, absolutely incredible. But, so after they posted that, I decided to go in and just give it a quick little test. And so, if we come over here into the quests, and we come down here, nope, it's not there anymore. It's over here in the initialization. You can see I now have my script calls to be able to set rename the quests to whatever the skill 1's name is and the skill 1's description. And then I also was able to change the variables based on the data skills 1 MP cost and TP cost. So that means that we can now, to build out our quest log, we should just be able to go into our skills, and each skill will be the quest. So you'll have the name, which will be like the full length of the quest, so slay 10 monsters in the tomb. The description's kind of like the shorter version in the tracking of the quest, so slay monsters, and then you can set the MP cost and the TP cost, which will be the reward and the goal, respect. So fantastic stuff. Now with this, I haven't tested it, so we're going to test this today, but I believe, and I was thinking about this, so right now, just for a little bit of back context, so there's an event that I have inside of this first map that we go into, and it is to create the bestiary, or bestiary. I need to look that up again, because I need to look it up again and remember it. Anyway, so right now, to create the bestiary, we have it setting 5 variables per monster. So they need the HP max, the AC, the attack, and their XP. Kind of sucks. That's a lot of stuff that you need. But what I was kind of thinking, so we've got 5 variables, right? HP, AC, attack, and experience. And I was thinking, what if we use RPG Maker's built-in enemies database to be able to give the name? You've got max HP, MP, attack, defense, magic attack, magic defense, agility, luck. And there's also a spot for the rewards, experience, and gold. So I was thinking, what if we just freaking use the enemies database that's built into RPG Maker, and we can eliminate, how many variables was it? Because I set aside enough variables, it was 500 variables, that's right. So we got all the room layouts, yada, yada, yada. And then you got the monsters. Each monster requires 5 variables, right? HP, max HP, AC, attack, XP, and HP. Or attack and XP. So yeah, 5 variables, and I'm like, well, if we want to have like 100 monsters eventually, I had to reserve 500 variables, which is just crazy. It puts a huge gap in our variable list, and it's kind of difficult and annoying to navigate. So we're going to try this today, but I'm thinking we could just use the built-in enemies database, create our enemies here. We can create as many as we want, and then it will just pull from the monster name, HP, MP, attack, and defense, or something like that. And then if we need, and then the XP. So we're gonna give that a try. Dawson says, how far along is your game? When do you think you'll complete it? That is a fantastic question. I've actually been asked that question quite a bit, because like I said, I guess it was kind of over the weekend / late last week, I uploaded a short that just for some reason did really well. Actually even pull it up here. Come over here to content. We've got my shorts. So this guy right here, I made a short. It was just called 10 million D20s. And I was talking about in our spell book, you know how you're like combining the D20s to level up your spells. So I made this short, 56 seconds long. And yeah, just made a little short, and it is now at almost 20,000 views. So, which is fantastic, because most of my other stuff, if you see here, like say for example, my short from yesterday, 54 views. The short from before that, 400. Before that, 1,400. This is good. 500, 400, 500, 500. So like, I'm used to getting like a few hundred views per short. So anyway, all of that to say, with this short, I've had all sorts of people. I mean, I've received 86 comments on it. All sorts of people asking when it's going to release, all that fun stuff. So, to answer your question, I have no idea. As of right now, there is still just so much that I want to add still. And this isn't like filling out the game, right? This is just new features that I need to add, new mechanics, and things like that. Like, I mean, if we come over here to the Trello board, this is by no way comprehensive, but just right here in my new things to do, I mean, we need to finish the quest system. We need to make it so you can accept and track the rest of the quests. We need to make the main menu. We need to add freaking another probably 50 to 100 more floors. We need to make it so you can draw more cards. We need to make more enemies. So yeah, just all sorts of stuff. And a lot of that is like the filling out portion, but even just the systems and things like that we still need to add, there's still so many of those. And then we need to fill out all of those systems with everything that would make it exciting and fun to play. And then we need to balance and all that fun stuff. So the best I can say is this year. That is my goal, is to have it finished this year. I can't say when that would be. I mean, my best hope would be summer or fall. I don't want it to have it be very end of the year. I don't want to be releasing it December 30th or something like that. But yeah. Like Loki says, soon.tm. Yeah, so absolutely no idea, but my goal and my plan is for this year. So with that, let's jump in and start working on stuff. So yesterday when we left off, we were working on the level select screen. I want to have that finished today. So yesterday we got it so that this first tier, the first section, you could hover over and it'll show you what it is, whether it's a safe room, a item room, monster room, all that fun stuff. We probably won't ever need to have it actually do any of that, because when you start the game, you will start in a dungeon and you're not really choosing where you're going. So this won't really matter that much, but just in case we ever were to be like, you know what, we're going to have it continue. So like once you finish over here, it then moves on to the next one, then we would maybe need it. But for now, it's just going to be like that. So this morning I did have a few minutes. And so since it's kind of like a tedious thing, before the stream, I did this second section. So you now hover over it and it shows all this fun stuff. So we're going to quickly, in the beginning of the stream, we're just going to finish out the rest of this. So we're going to take care of that and it should be a good time. So as far as actually finishing it, it's not too bad. It's just a little tedious, but it's not too bad. So we literally just need to copy this comment your work, and then grab from here, and it just selects the next 5. So the next 5 nodes in the next section, before the next section. We'll copy that, we'll get rid of these erase pictures, put it in this else section, and then we just need to adjust that code for section 3. So let's start doing that. Hopefully shouldn't be, I don't know, like I say, a little tedious, but I feel like we should probably have this done by, hopefully before 11, hopefully. 436, 28, 436, 28. And you know what? This could actually go a lot faster. There's my shorts ideas. Let's come down here. I'm going to create a notepad. And because this 436, that should be the same, because we're setting the X value. The Y values should already be set, right? Because we're copying from the previous section. So it should just be the X values that we need to get for shifting over, right? So 436, 28, and then 404 is, this is 540, 100. So 540 and 100. Okay, so that is the X values for where we need to have the mouse's position. And then this is 1003. Okay, and this is node 3-1. Then here's the other X position we need. We need to find out where this picture is showing. So again, the Y values should already be set for the previous sections. We just need 504. 504 is where that's sitting. So let's do 504 over in my notepad. Okay, then this guy is 1018 because it's going up by 5 because there's 5 nodes per section. So 1018 should be the only thing we need to change there. This guy's 1045 if you're equal to 3 because that is figuring out how far along you are. So as you complete a floor and you're moving to this teleportation screen, it is then increasing this variable 1045 by 1. So if you're in the first section, it'll be a 1. If you're in the second section, it's equal to 2. And this is just determining whether you can or cannot click on the nodes in which section you can click on. So we're in section 3, so that's equal to 3. And then set random number 1 to be equal to section 3, node 1. I come back down here, section 3, node 1. There we go. Oof. Okay, then it teleports. There we go. There is node 1 in section 3. And then we can just continue that. So we do 436 by 140 by 40 by 212, and then this is 1003 and 1003. This is node 3-2. Oh my gosh. 504. You are 1019. 3. There we go. Yeah, it goes a lot faster when I'm not having to go through and grab the X and Y coordinates for everything. We just have it in a notepad. So much faster. So, Tossin, how's your 3D model coming along? Were you able to get the textures working again on it? Or is it just giving you trouble? Ooh. Good old double enter. Okay, we're on 3, 4. Yes, 3, 4. You're equal to 3, so it's just this guy. Node 4 in section 3. All right, last one, and then we should be done with section 3. 6. 40. And 1003. 5. 4. 22. 3. And 3, 5. Permanent backlog. Oh, over on Twitch now. Are you a game dev full-time? I am not a game dev. Well, I'm going to say I am not a full-time game dev. The reason why I hesitated, I am currently jobless, so looking for a new job. So I guess I kind of am doing this full-time for now. But yeah, I am in no way a full-time dev, but it would definitely appear so because I don't have a job right now that I'm currently working on, so I have more time during the day to be able to work on stuff like this. Yeah. So, yes, but no. Pharaoh Inkling says, good job. Good luck with the job hunt. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a rough market right now. I don't know why. It is bad. But I've got one lead right now that I'm kind of waiting to hear back on at the end of the week. So I've got my fingers crossed. If it pans out, then I can get back into IT management, which would be great. That's what I'm hoping for. So we'll see. We'll see. Was your previous job in development? Also, good luck, dude. Thank you. Yeah. So it wasn't development. This is just hobby. Yeah, just a hobby right now. Despite what it may look like, I am very much not a developer. I know the bare minimum of JavaScript to be able to do very simple things like this. It's mostly just that I know RPG Maker really well, and so that's why I can kind of fake it and make it look like I'm a full-time dev that knows what I'm doing. But yeah, I'm not a full-time dev. I debated becoming a developer years, like 15 years ago, but I don't know. I was just like, it's something that I enjoy doing as a hobby, and if I had to do it for work, I feel like I wouldn't enjoy it. So, yeah, that's that. But I do enjoy my time being able to do the work on this project, so yeah, it's a good time. I like it. So 604. I think, if I remember right, I think like a week or two ago, Loki in chat and I were kind of chatting about this. I think it was Loki, and if it wasn't, then I apologize to whoever it was, and I am sorry to distract you from your lunch, Loki. But yeah, I think you and I, we were kind of chatting about how like game development work, if it was your job, it would like kind of not be as enjoyable. Where was it? Now I can't remember if it was you who were kind of talking about that, where it's like, I think maybe I'm remembering wrong. I might be remembering wrong. 676. But yeah, for me, development, it's something that I really enjoy doing as a hobby, but if it was something that I had to go to work and do every day, I feel like I would just start to hate it, which I do not want to do. So decided to not do that. Okay, so 604, 676, and 1004. Permanent Backlog says, that's inspiring to hear. To be honest, I have learned React and JavaScript, but hated web dev. So RPG Maker might be the move if I wanted to make a game. Yeah, I would say so. If you... I mean, it depends. So RPG Maker makes it super simple to just jump in and start going. because you technically don't need to know any programming language at all. Like, it's literally like if you create a project, you open up an event page, and yeah, you've got you've got your conditions you can set, you've got everything here to make your character, but then the content is where you would put in what you want the event to do. And you've got anything from manipulating messages, game progression, so like switches, variables, things like that. Flow control, where you can do conditional branches, so like ifs and else statements. So anyway, it's very simple once you understand the 3 pages of the event commands. As soon as you know all of those, then you're just able to just start going. But the great thing is, if you do know JavaScript, there is a plugin editor, and so there's thousands of plugins that people have made. Some extremely very basic stuff. So like if we pull up my JavaScript folder and we go to my plugins, so if we pull up Yami skip title, so yeah, there we go, right there, freaking 27 lines of code, and that's including the comment at the very beginning. So not a whole lot going on, and that's even with me having gone in and I've added a few lines of code for defaults that I want it to turn on when you start the game. So like there's extremely basic stuff like that. There are people that have written plugins that are tens of thousands of lines of code, and it's absolutely crazy and ridiculous. But if you do know JavaScript, it kind of opens up a new world of possibilities, because you can go in and you can manipulate things and do things that with just the basic stuff, like if we wanted to show a picture, right? So in RPG Maker, if you were to come in here, you do show picture, you'd be like, we're showing picture number 5, and it's going to be the button activate 1. I'm going to say okay, and we'll center it, and we'll show it at 640 by 360, which centers it at my resolution. And there you go. It would show that picture as layer number 5. And that's great. But if you know JavaScript, you can be like, yeah, game screen, show picture 21, and you would do level select, it's like level select nodes 1 dash plus a variable, and then all the other stuff. And so then you'd be able to manipulate what image is being shown based on a variable. So instead of then having to go in and being like, conditional branch, if this variable is equal to 1, then show this picture. If you're equal to 2, show another picture. And it just makes it a lot more efficient. So anyway, RPG Maker, I would highly recommend, but that is because I've been using it for like 20 some odd years now. There are definitely better engines out there, I will say that, but if you want something that is super simple, just like jump in and start working with and have it be more of like a hobby feel than anything else, I would recommend RPG Maker. Sorry, that was a very long-winded thing. Loki says, I don't think it was me. Okay, yeah, I must be misremembering. Maybe it was Pharaoh Inkling. Maybe it was even someone. Oh, actually, it might have been Jesse over on YouTube. No, I don't think. Maybe Jesse's a dev. I swear there was a dev in chat once, and they were like saying how they love doing game dev. They're also and I can't remember what language they coded in. But they created applications. So it wasn't like web dev and it wasn't game design. They were making applications. But they were like, I wanted to go into game dev, but I love it so much I didn't want to hate it. And so I'm like, that is a great point. Anyway, yeah, sorry. Very, very long rant there. Permanent Backlog says, oh wow, it does some of the legwork for you. Yeah, it does a lot of the legwork, honestly. And, other engines kind of do stuff similar, like, say, for example, Unity and Unreal, I think, use nodes, right? Where you, like, kind of program things in the nodes, and then you can, like, link those nodes together. So it almost kind of like that, except for instead of working in the nodes, you're kind of, like, selecting the node you want to make. So it's like, oh, I wanted to, I don't know, teleport or like move a player or move a character on the screen. You'd click on that node, you do the programming, and then when you hit OK, it has it there, and then you'd open it back up. And that's kind of where you're like editing the node, essentially. And then it all plays out in these events, and it kind of plays out top to bottom, yada, yada, Pharaoh Inkling says, I believe Unity and Unreal also have block programming or whatever it's called. I think so too. It's been a while since I have opened to either of those. I tried learning them and yeah, did not end well. I will say that. Pharaoh Inkling says, I'm a non-game dev. I like the process, but the things I develop for work are so boring. Yeah, I feel that. I felt that way when I was trying to do web dev. I just found it so boring. I did not want to do it. So, and I was like, if I find this boring, but that's the thing, is like I found it boring while I was at work. And then when I would get home and I was working on things that I could just make whatever websites I wanted, that's when I enjoyed it. And that was like the only thing I really, I had a reference for that, right? I was like, I love doing web design because I get to pick what I'm doing and, you know, I do whatever I want. And then when I tried to do it at work and I'm like, this is absolutely terrible. I hate being told when and where, what to do and how to do it and yada, yada, yada. So, yeah. So I wouldn't necessarily say that just because you love doing something, you shouldn't do it for work, because that can be a great way to love work. But I will also say, just because you love something doesn't mean it's not going to be work. It will definitely be work, because that's just how work is. Okay. Pharaoh Inkling says, need to make some games so I can work on cool stuff. I will say, working on games is a lot of fun. Even if they're just super basic, simple games like this one is. Nothing crazy, nothing over the top. But sometimes that's what makes it fun. I'm not stressing about, you know, how am I going to make this super realistic and, you know, how am I going to keep all these different crazy systems in check and balanced. And it's just like, nope, just going for super simple. And yeah, it's fun. I enjoy it.
Thanks for the follow, permanent backlog.
Goodness, permanent backlog. Thank you. I appreciate the follow. You are fantastic. Always great to hear that sound. One, just knowing that I got the alerts working, because that took longer than it should have. But I also appreciate the follow, so thank you. 4-3, 640. I will say this though, and this applies to everyone in the chat right now. Whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, whether you've been chatting or not, this applies to everyone. If you want to make a game, honestly, I would say now has never been a better time. There's so many options, so many engines. There's just so much you can do, and there's so much out there to help you get started. If you've ever wanted to make a game, just start. There's great communities out there. So many people are willing to just help you get started. And there's so many tutorials out there now that it's extremely simple to just get your feet wet. And you can figure out where you want to go, what you kind of want to work on. And I feel like it's just such a great way to get an idea of like what you would want to be making, what you want to work in. And yeah, there's like, I know that's not going to be the same for everyone, but just making a game, like making something is so rewarding that even if you are like, you know what, I'm not going to finish this. This was a great thought, but like, I don't like this engine. I don't like this art style. I don't like this. I don't like that. Whatever it may be, just the fact that you were making something, there's just like such a feeling. I mean, like for example, for me, this is going to be a weird example, but let me pull up this thing really quick. There we go, pictures. So I dabbled in 3D modeling. This was, I don't know, a couple of years ago. Like, never had 3D modeled. I was like, I wonder what that would be like. And I decided to go through a tutorial, and I made a donut. Nothing crazy. Absolutely nothing crazy, as you can see here. So this is my first 3D model I ever made. I just followed the tutorial step by step, and I was like, they walked me through how to make the donut, how to add a bunch of like texture and the coloring to make it look like it went through the fryer, got the sprinkles, like learned how to randomly generate the sprinkles and have it, randomly place them all throughout, how to make it look like they're sticking in the icing, all this stuff. But quite literally, it was like I think it was like a 2-hour tutorial that I just turned on. It took me step by step. I had never touched Blender, ever. And it just took me through. And it was like, oh yeah, here's how you do this, here's how you do this. If I were to have just sat down on my own, or if I were to have sat down 5-10 years ago, I probably could not have made something like that. And to this day, I have never touched Blender again. I have never made another 3D model. But because I spent those 2 hours, I learned a few things. I've probably forgotten all of it. But that doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter that I don't remember any of it. It doesn't matter that I'm never going to apply any of that information. What matters is that I made it, I'm proud of what I made, and I can look back at that and be like, look at that donut. I made a donut. Like, that's great. And, it was fun. It was great. And so, yeah, so when you're making something, don't ever feel like you have to be making the best thing in the world. If you're just making something, you're learning, you're having fun, and, whether you finish it or not, you can always look back and be like, I learned something new, I made something small, whatever it was. And that's going to mean more, honestly, sometimes than just having some great finished, polished product. Because you can also run into the issues of having a crazy polished product and then not having that polished product be seen or enjoyed by anyone else. And it can be kind of demoralizing. But just doing something creative, I promise you, is going to be so much fun. So. Let's see. Permanent backlog says delicious. Yes, it. Anytime I look at that picture, I'm always like, I want a donut now. Fair Inkling says your donut looks a lot better than mine did. I don't know about that. I think it only looks better because after the fact, I went and looked up a tutorial on how to do different shaders and things like that. And so I'm sure you noticed if I pull this back up again. I'm sure you noticed that if I go between a couple of the pictures, they kind of like have different looks to them. So this was the first, I guess technically this was the first render before I did the sprinkles, before I did any of like the texturing, and then did the texturing and stuff like that. And then figured out how to place lighting elements and all that stuff. So like you can see there's like no direct light. On this, there's like a direct light coming in from like this angle. Yeah, it all, so that's maybe why lighting is a huge thing. So anyway, there's a whole rant over. Permanent Backlog says creative communities are almost too heartwarming sometimes. Love the pep talk. I gotta head out, but I'll be tuning in, homie. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Good luck out there. Take care. And yeah, I appreciate the follow and for you being here. It's always fun to chat. All right, now I feel like okay, so we are good. So that's node 4.4, section 4, node 4. Okay, we're almost done with section 4. Fantastic. Yeah, you always know when you found a good community when you can ask a question and you don't immediately get people judging. Like, I don't know, there have been some creative communities, or just communities in general, that like you just ask a simple question and all you get is like judgment and people being like, well, that's stupid, why would you want to do that? You don't know that? Well, why don't you Google it? It's like, okay, like, so glad that I turned to the community. Happy to be here. Thanks everybody. Oh, I think I've picked this up like 10 times and then I've set it back down because I've been chatting. It's nice to finally take a sip. Okay, so section 4 is working. That means we are more than halfway done. Look at that. It's barely 10:30. All right, let's power through. We got this next section. I'm going to erase that there. Loki on Twitch says, the worst are the RTFM responses even though you have done just that and still need help. Yep. Yeah, so many times I'll do my own research. I'll go out, I'll try to figure it out. I'll read through countless blog posts and all this stuff, trying to figure it out on my own. And then as a last resort, I'm like, all right, you know what? There's a whole community. They're ready to help. I'm just going to post on this forum and just ask and see. And then, yeah. And then you get nothing but just, oh, well, if you go over here, or why didn't you look, this and that. And it's just like, thanks for being so helpful, people. Thank you so much. Let's see, 740. Although, there is a trick to that. You want to know what the trick is? So, I'm sure you noticed, over here, you can see this avatar right here. Now, it is different. So, originally, before I started Moonwood Games, I was Ferocity Studios. I noticed that when I changed my avatar to some cute anime girl or creature, I seemed to get more responses, especially when I removed all of the hints at me being a man. Just a generic name, a cute anime profile picture. I seem to get more responses. Very quick, very accurate responses. And I'm like, are people on these forums just looking for people who they think might be a girl? And then they're like, well, let me help you with that. I don't know, but I have noticed that in my little bit of research, it almost seems like that's the case. And it kind of cracks me up to think about that people might actually just be looking through the forums, and if they see a cute anime girl, then they go, oh, I'm gonna help you out. I got you. Could just be a weird observation. Another fun thing to do, also, I used to do this way back in the day because the community has gotten better with RPG Maker. I'm not saying it was ever bad, but you used to not really get many responses, especially if you were just asking for help on plugins, right? So a lot of times, most of the questions are people are asking for help because they don't understand JavaScript. And even though they're warned time and time again, it's like, if you don't have at least a basic understanding of how JavaScript works, maybe don't work with the plugins, right? Maybe don't try and input extra JavaScript variables into your project if you don't really know what it's doing. And so there'd be all sorts of people that wouldn't understand JavaScript at all, and all of their questions would just be, hey, how do I do this? And they'd get a response, and they'd be like, I don't know what you mean by that. Can you explain more? And they'd give a better explanation. I still don't understand what you mean. Can you explain more? And it's just because they have absolutely no one. So they were just wanting someone to do it for them. So I noticed that if I would go in and I would ask a question or whatever, and if I never got a response, I had a second account, and I would go in and I would leave just some random off-the-wall comment. I'd be like, oh yeah, if you want to do that, here's how you do it. So incredibly inaccurate that I would then usually get people coming in and being like, whoa, don't listen to him. That is terrible advice. This is how you do it. And that also seemed to work pretty well. So, if you're ever in a community where people aren't being super helpful, pretend to be a girl, or just come in with a second account and pretend like you're giving bad advice. Might save you one day. Loki says, that's why you always roll a female character at MMOs. Raking the free stuff. Exactly. Troll yourself for real answers. Absolutely. If the first doesn't work, go for the second one. Henry Regal over on YouTube says, that's the most genius and hilarious thing I've ever heard. Yeah, it's the fact that it actually worked on multiple occasions is what's mind-blowing to me. So, yeah, I feel like the pretending to be female works pretty well. But when that doesn't work, the big guns is giving a really bad answer, because then other people love to come in and be like, nope, this person is wrong. Do it like this. So, highly recommend one of those. If you're ever asking a question in a community and no one is responding, just you know, do something like that. I know I'm not the first one to. I know that, like, I read that somewhere at one point in time, and I wanted to try it, so I did. And yeah, it got results, and a lot of name calling to my alt account. Yeah, I was called an idiot many, many times when I was coming in there giving false answers. But you know what? I got the answer I wanted, so I really don't care what they wanted to call me. Wasn't even technically me anyway, so. Also, Henry over on YouTube, welcome. I don't think I've read your name before, so if you're a first-time chatter, welcome to the stream. Glad you could be here. Right, we got 740. 814. And nope, that's not what we want. We want 1005 and 1005. I'm feeling like we can get this done before 11. I've got high hopes. I mean, after this, we've just got 2 more sections. Section 5, node 4. Okay, last node on this 5th section. I'm pretty sure it's the 2s and the 7s on my keyboard that just seem to double type. The craziest thing is it doesn't matter whether I do it on my 10 key or like the row of numbers up top. It seems to double type pretty often, regardless. So I almost wonder if it's like a software thing instead of a physical thing with the keyboard. I don't know. But it's pretty frustrating, I will say that. Section 5, node 5. There we go. Okay, let's test those out and make sure that section 5 is working. Yep, that all seems, yeah, considerably more monsters, safe room, clear room. Yeah, there we go. That is all working. Perfect. Okay. I have a little space heater down by my feet because this basement gets a little cold. So, and I have like a vent above me, but I don't know, the hot air just does not get down to my feet, so it kind of sucks. But it is so freaking cold here right now. I don't know what the weather is like for everybody else right now, but in Utah, cool. It is bad. It is so cold. Let me check really quick. Hey, we're finally in the double digits. It's 19 degrees outside. I think it dropped down to like 5 last night. Ugh. I do not like the cold. Oh, that's why. I was like, why are these done already? This makes no sense. It's because I need to update the X coordinates. So we got 876, 76, and we've got 948, 948, and then this guy will show right at 912.64. Okay, so you're 876, 948. 1006. Show you at 912. 1033, because we're adding 5. You are section 6 and section 6, node 1. There we go. 76. If I had been thinking about this in the beginning, probably what I would have done is had these correlate to the mouse's X and Y variables and do like multiplication and stuff like that, but a little late now. So if we ever have to rework this, which I really hope we do not, then maybe we'll do that. Now, it's just a tedious process. $1,034. $1,006, $1,006, and $1,006. Okay, there we go. Let's give that a test. We should be good on section 6. There we go. I think I'm also going to, let's do 1 through 5. I want to test it just a little bit more. Oh! That's right. It's 1 through 3. There's 1, 3s, and 5s. So it's just 1, 2, and 3. That's right. Not 1 through 5. Yeah, I think that's working. The X seems to line up just right. So it goes to, so you got the red, and you've got that darker line, and then you've got a lighter gray line, and then once you're outside of the lighter gray line, that's when it should not be hovering anymore. But yeah, it seems to be just right. Blank, safe, blank, loot, monsters. Ooh. Gotta disable that. Awesome. Oh, man. Oh, my eyes are so tired. So on Monday nights, I do a game night with my brothers. Oh. And I am not, I'm not a young man anymore. I'm getting old. And yeah, I just, whew. I know it doesn't sound crazy, but I stayed up until midnight. I know, it's crazy. I was up till midnight playing video games. But I will say this. When you're used to going to sleep a little bit earlier than that, and when you've got a kid and it just, I don't know, midnight just every year older that I get, midnight just seems later and later. I hate it. It's terrible. It is terrible. Cleric Like a Cat says you also have a child, and that adds a ton of extra fatigue. Yeah, it's true. But I think it's just because I'm getting old. I'm an old man. I'm an old man. I just can't stay up till midnight anymore. 1,084. 1,084, not 1,048. But yeah, it's every year after 30, I keep turning. I'm like, maybe I just need to go to sleep like 20 minutes earlier every night. But yeah. If you're under 30 and you're watching, don't get old. And when by old I say 30. 30 is old. And I can say that because I'm well into my 30s. It's terrible. I'm an old man. 1,048. Jesse over on YouTube says, good morning. Says, I'm an old man. That's a mood. Yeah, it really is. It really is. It's not a fun mood. It's a terrible mood. I feel like I'm just a couple years off from telling kids to get off my lawn. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen one of these days. Let's see. Loki says, I'm up till about 2 every day. Oh. If I were to have to be up till 2 every day, I would probably be drinking 2 of these every day. So I tip my hat to you. Clark Like a Cat says, rude. Some of us turned 30 this year. I know. But 30 feels different for some people. I find 30's not old. I just feel old. I'm in my 30s, but I feel like I'm in my 50s. I feel like that grumpy old guy that's just like, I didn't get to sleep until 10 o'clock last night, and then I was up at 7. Ugh, terrible. That was a terrible old man impression, but you get the idea. Jesse says, I'm just a few years away from 40, and every year there's a new ache and a louder kid on the lawn. It's true. It is so true. I don't know what it is. It's crazy. But that's just age for you, I guess. Man, a few years away from 40. I can't quite say that. But I am in my mid-30s, and that just, it's not fun. Henry says, true that, somehow I've gotten to the point where I'm in bed before 10 and up by 5, and I've become my father. There's nothing wrong with being in bed at that time and being up at... Okay, being up at 5, that is a problem.
Thanks for the follow, Small Butt Rock Solid.
What? Small Butt Rock Solid. Thank you for the follow. That's a fun name. But yeah, thank you for the follow. Yeah, we're... It's an interesting conversation to come in and follow on, is talking about being old. Yeah, in bed before 10. That actually sounds fantastic to me. I don't know. It's usually a little after 10. Usually after 10. Over on Twitch, Small Butt Rock Solid. I feel like I'm putting emphasis on weird places in your name. I know it's not Small Butt Rock because it's just spelled with a 1 T. Small Butt Rock Solid. I'm over here pronouncing your name like a Small Butt Rock Solid. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Small Butt Rock Solid. I appreciate that. Small But Rock Solid says, hey, what's up? Have you been creating games in RPG Maker for long? I started creating a game, got obsessed for a few months, then stopped. Yes, probably too long, actually. So I started using RPG Maker, like, I would say about 20, it's even been longer than that. So I started using RPG Maker when I was like 10? So it's been like 23 years now that I've been using RPG Maker. And yeah, I really like it. It's what I know, and so it's kind of what I stick with. But yeah, it's a good time. But yeah, that's totally understandable. Totally understandable that you started and stopped. There's nothing wrong with that. If you started and you're like, this just isn't for me, at least you gave it a shot. At least you gave it a try, and that is half the battle. So some streamers just call me Rock or Small. That's fair. I feel like I now have to say your full name just so I can show that eventually I understood that I was saying it wrong, and I've corrected my ways. Oh, I completely missed this. Loki says, with a 3, almost 4-year-old, and I'm past 30s and working through 40s. Yeah, we've, my wife and I, we only have one kid so far. She's going to be turning 3 here pretty soon. And yeah, it's fun. She really does drain. So yeah, kids are fun. But you will also understand then what I'm saying is that it seems like basically every year past 30, there's just that little bit extra, and Jesse, you're saying the same thing. There's just that extra ache and that extra pain that just seems to pop up, and you're like, why? Like this morning, I was putting this hoodie on, right? So I get it on my arms, and I start pulling it over my head. And as I'm pulling it down, my neck is just like, I'm just gonna hurt now. And so right here on the back of my neck was just super tight and stiff for 3 hours afterwards. And I'm like, I put on a freaking hoodie. What is happening? Why? Why is this the case? Small, but rock solid says, I actually want to go back to my project, especially since I bought some assets already, art and stuff. Visustella, I absolutely love Visustella, but solo dev is exhausting, dude. How do you manage it? That is a great question. And I think all I can really say is I agree. It is exhausting. Yep. That's what I got for you. It is very tiring. But it is very fun. And honestly, that is half the battle, right? So here's what I would suggest. If you're working on a project and you're not having fun, or you're not feeling proud of what you're making, start making something else. Switch it up. It doesn't even have to be a whole new project. It can just be a different part of your project. Start working on, something else that you want to be working on in your project. So, say for example, I feel like with most people with RPG Maker, they're making just straight up RPGs, right? So it's very story driven, battles, all that fun stuff. If you are creating a map and it's just not working out the way you want it to, stop making that map. Walk away from it. Go work on some monsters. Go work on some dialogue somewhere else. Go look through your assets and find inspiration or whatever you need to do. But taking it slow and not getting frustrated is one of the most important things. Because there's always going to be a solution somewhere. You may not find it immediately. It may take a little bit. But don't ever get frustrated and just throw up your hands and give up. Because that is the only time where, I would say someone has actually failed is if they give up. Now, you can stop what you're doing. You can put a pause on it. You can be like, this just isn't for me, but you gave it a try. That's not failure. I would never say that is failure because you gave it a try, an honest try, and you either came to the decision, this isn't for me, I'm going to go a different path, I'm going to try a different engine, whatever it is. But if you're working on something and you hit a roadblock and you stop and you're like, I don't want to do this anymore. It's not you that decided to stop. It's the roadblock that made you stop. And if you let that roadblock win, that's when I would say when the failure comes in. So don't ever feel like you can't change things, change gears, move a different direction, try a different engine, a different visual style, a different game genre, whatever it is, make the pivot, but don't stop. But yeah, solo indie dev, it's, I don't know, it is difficult. I will say that. But as long as you're enjoying what you're doing, there's always going to be something you can find to make it enjoyable. And even if you don't make a whole lot of progress, you're still going to be proud of what you did because you wanted to make it and you were having fun and you were learning and you were growing. True. Kind of take what you learned and start something new, right? Exactly. Yes. Yeah. You will never fail if you don't give up completely. You can start fresh, you can start new, you can go a different direction, you can make any change that you want, but so long as you are pivoting and doing something else, you're going to be able to take that experience, not inspiration, that experience with you to your new project. And whether it's helping in some big way or a small way, it is still helping. And so any time spent doing something where you're learning or enjoying yourself, it is not time wasted, no matter even if you have to scrap everything and start fresh, because there will be some experience that you gained from working on that project. And it's going to carry into the other project you start, or even some other aspect of your life. Wise words, old man. Thank you. Yes. It's, sometimes I think about maybe embracing the gray hairs that I'm starting to get on my head and just being like, you know what? I will take on the moniker of old man. I'm totally fine with that. All right, we're almost done. Oh, it is 11 o'clock. Dang it. Thought for sure we were going to get through this before 11. But that's okay. I mean, we probably could have, but I've enjoyed chatting more than being 100% focused on this, so time well spent, I would say. Jesse on YouTube says, we distracted you. Yeah, there's been a bit of a distraction. But you know what? If I didn't want to be distracted, I wouldn't be streaming this. And if I didn't want to be distracted by chats, I would just have the chats closed, and I would be like, I wouldn't have a camera, I wouldn't have my microphone, I would just be like, I'm doing my work, jump in and watch if you want, but that's it. But, I don't know, while I'm making this game, I kind of want to foster a community of like-minded individuals who all enjoy making games, and we can all chat with each other and build each other up, so I like it. Jesse says that means chat wins. Yeah, that's true. Chat wins. Chat wins. And that's okay, because if chat wins, that means in the end, I kind of win too. Right? That's how that works. The bright side, though, this is Section 7, Node 5, so it's going to be like just barely after 11. Well, I keep saying 11. 11 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. For anyone not in the Mountain Standard Time Zone, it's slightly different. But it was an hour. It was 1 hour from when we started. Not too bad, if I do say so myself. Node 7.5. There we go. Perfect. Okay. That is all good. That is all done. You can hover over all these. They'll give you the description of what that room is. Awesome. Fantastic. Incredible. Now, what is next? What is next indeed? I believe what is next is we need to do the fun part now. So the fun part is, let me just, there we go. The fun part is the paths. So let's hide that, so you can kind of get a better idea of exactly what it will look like as you're going along. Hover, yes, let's move hover. Whoop. Let's move hover to here. There we go. Okay, so this is in general what it would look like when you're on the screen, right? You've got your path, you've got all the different rooms, and then you've got the paths. Which I know I just said the path. The blue blocks are kind of like showing where, like, what rooms you've been in. So as you're going, bobbing and weaving up and down, choosing the rooms, it is your player path. But then you have the actual room paths for where you're going. So let's do. So we need to make paths for 1 to 3, 3 to 5. Well, 1 to 1, 1 to 3, 3 to 3, 3 to 5, 5 to 5, and then we can reverse those. Shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't be. So, let's do this. We need to go to the paths. We got nodes, paths. There we go. Enable that. What is that one? What? Oh, that's right. Because I was trying to see what it would look like. So this is all the paths turned on. Yes. Okay. So we have path 1 to 3. We also need to make path 1 to 1. Let's come in here. We're gonna get rid of that stuff, and we're gonna get rid of that stuff. Okay. So we've got our 1 to 1. Here, I'm going to actually, I think, does this turn off my microphone? Maybe? No. Okay, microphone's still there. Okay. So as you can see down here in this corner, you've got all the different path layers. So we've got, I don't know how well you can see it though. Probably not super well. We got path 1 to 1, 1 to 3, 3 to 3, 3 to 5, 5 to 5. And then we can basically just take these 5 layers and reverse them for the 3 to 5, or it would be 5 to 3 and 3 to 1. Yes. So, to do that, let's grab. So that is the height of that. Let's grab this layer. We will copy that. We're going to create a new file. So that is the paths 5 to 5. Okay, so let's save that. Do not want those. We want to come in here, images, pictures. And we're going to do, I think it's level. Yes. So level paths. Let's do. Should we just call them? For now, let's do paths 5 to 5. The reason why I was thinking about it is because if we're going to use variables to determine what is going where, we may want to just use variables, but we will figure that out later. For now, let's just name them. So 5 to 5, and then we've got 3 to 5, and we should just be able to put that in here. Then go like that. Okay. PNG, level, paths 5 to 5. This is 3 to 5. And then we need 3 to 3. Look like that. Kind of look like girders. It's a little weird. Level 3 to 5. This is 3 to 3. Then 1 to 3. Just delete those other layers. We don't need them. We'll select 1 to 3. And then we've got 1 to 1. Kind of forgot about that. Oh my gosh. Steady hand. Steady. Okay, this is 1 to 1. Level 1 to 3, 1 to 1. Okay, so we come back in, not icon, images, pictures, level. Okay, so yeah, so 1 to 1, 1 to 3, 3 to 3, 3 to 5, 5 to 5. Then we reverse those when it's going down, which should work great. So now we just need to come over here. So we're going to have this show. We have the paths show only. Yeah, let's have them show only where you're at. Right now there's a variable that every time you clear a floor, it will add to the variable. So if it's equal to 1, you're here, which means you can only go to these rooms. So I'm going to say, let's actually check that variable. Let's hide that. We'll come over here. So it's this variable, 1045. Now, do I have something that's adding to 1045 already? I don't think so. So if we come in here. Oh, I already have it up. Come in here. We go to 1045. Bear with me while I scroll to the bottom. 1045 is equal to 0. Okay, so we don't have anything setting that yet. But that's fine. Let's just do Control variables, add 1 to 1045. So we know we're on the first floor to the next one. First section to the next section. Perfect. Now, let's come down here. Let's say at the end of here, we're going to create a comment. Drawing paths. So this is where we're going to draw the paths. What pictures do we have to work with? So this is showing pictures 21 through 27. This is showing picture number 92 for the tooltip. So I think 91 for the level selector. So let's have the paths go above 1, 22, so 27, 28. We can do image 28. We do show picture 28. It's going to be level paths 1 to 1. Center, and we're going to show this at let's actually grab the 5 to 5, so we kind of know roughly the largest it's going to be. So that would show there. And if we're going to center this, we're going to show it at 300 and 288. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Ugh. 300 and 288. Okay, so that should show in the center, so it shouldn't matter. So even if it's path 1 to 1, come in here, we start. There we go. Got our path. Is that actually how I have it in here? No, that should be showing all the way over. Because the highlight is there? What the? I don't know if you can see it super well. Let me actually do this just for reasons. Zoom in here. So as you can kind of see, right here, there's like this gap here, right? There's not a gap here. Then if I refresh it, there's a gap on both. And then on here, there is no gap. So I think that would be why. Okay, so we'll just get this back to where it should be. I'm just gonna adjust this just a little bit. Bear with me. Bear with me. There we go. Jesse says, is it a stacking thing? Like one of the nodes is on top of the path, but not the other? Yes, exactly. That is exactly what it is. So right here, it shows pictures. So here are the nodes, and it's showing pictures 21 through 27. So those are like the image layers. Pharaoh Inkling, also on Twitch, is it an order that they're being drawn? Yes, exactly. Yep, you two are 100% correct. So right now, based on the variables, so it's setting the node variables between 1 through 3, right? 1 is 1, 2 is 3, and 3 is 5. And that's like the amount of nodes that it has. And then it's showing these images based on that variable. So, right, so it's setting variable 1001. This shows the image based on 1001, sets the variable 1002, shows the image based on 1002, so on and so forth. So image layers 21 through 27. We come over here. Yes. Okay. So if it's equal to level select nodes 1 dash. Yes, here we go. So level select nodes 1 dash. We got 1, 2, 3. Hold up now. I thought that was the thing. Fair Inkling says, literally dealing with the same problem on my own project. Yeah, layering can be a fun issue to deal with. It's just a little bit, with it being just a little bit off, and it just looks absolutely terrible. Okay, so this is showing just the nodes. So it is showing these guys right here. So it's that, and that, right? And then we've got these nodes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 100. So showing all of these. Okay. That's why. So these are showing above the paths, which is great. These are showing below the paths. We come over here, so that shows the nodes, right? So that's just like the blank default. And then we come down here, and then this is saying if the game variables, yada, yada, yada. Nope, it's in this other section. Here. This is showing images 911 plus 27. So that's showing, I believe, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. So I think if we set this to 33, we do 35 just to be safe, then it shouldn't show up underneath anymore. There we go. Yep, there we go. All fixed by grab that, and then we zoom in a bit. Yeah, you can see, even on the empty one right there, it is no longer showing incorrectly. So yes, layering issues, so much fun. They are just a blast. Okay, so that is showing the image correctly in the right spot. Good to go there. So now we just need to do something like this. Just for simplicity's sake, for now, we're going to say conditional branch if the variable what we need to do, how are we going to show this? So we basically need to say layout section 1. Layout section 1 is equal to 1. And then we need to say if variable layout section 2 is equal to 1, then it shows that you're equal to 2. This is where I feel like we'll be able to get the variables to make all of this easier. Yeah. That's 1 to 3. And then if you are equal to 3, then you would be... There is no 1 to 5. So you just... Yeah, I don't think we're ever going to make it so you can go 1 to 5. It has to go 1 to 3, and then 3 can go to 5 or 1. Yes. So that should be it for that one. So if you're equal to 1, show that. If you're equal to 2, show that. Let's make this first one always 1. So if we come in here, check here, there we go. Shows the paths there to there. Then if you're 3, it still does that. 1, it just shows that. Awesome. Perfect. Okay, so let's add another comment. We're going to call this one section 1. Let's copy that. And we're going to do section 2. So this is if section 2... this is where it gets a little bit more tricky. And this is where I kind of want to do the variables. I just don't know how I would do them. Okay, so how would we do a naming convention with variables? We have 7 variables to work off of that have a value between 1 and 3. So we could say so you'd be level paths 1. Maybe level paths 1, 1. Level paths 1, 2. Level paths 2, 2. Level paths 2, 3. Level paths 3, 3. Okay, so let's rename these. Let's get rid of the 2s, and we'll do 1, 2. I know this is gonna look weird. 2, 2, but it's gonna all work out in the end to make this much more simple. So you are 2, 3. Level path 3, 3. So the reason why we're doing this naming convention is basically is saying level paths 11, 12, 22, 23, and 33. Let me show you what is happening here and why we're doing this. So this way we will not have to have any of this. What we should be able to say, we come up here, we'll grab this show picture. We will still have to have this, the checking the section layout. So if layout, no, we don't even need layout section 1. We just need to say if, was it 1045? So if the player's horizontal progress, horizontal, is equal to 1. And we're going to say, we don't need to check the layout section. We will just say, show game pictures 35. And we're going to show image. Level paths. We're not going to, so it's just going to be level paths plus, then we need the variable. So we need variable 1001. Yes, that. So layer paths plus 1001 plus 1002. Okay. And then we show this at 300, 288. Okay. So with that, just that one thing, we should be able to now say, we cut that out of there. So it should just be that one guy right there. And if we load this up, it should show that. There we go. Perfect. Much better. So kind of a weird naming convention, but basically it's pulling the variables to add these numbers. So we're just saying show the picture level paths, and then with JavaScript you can append whatever you want to names. So if you say in quotations show, just pull this up really quick. So yeah, so if you say you're showing the image in quotations level paths, and then you can append, and we're appending this variable value, which is a 1, plus appending another value, which is 1002, which can be between a 1 and a 2. So if it's a 1, then it shows level paths 1, 1. And if it shows level paths 1, 2, it's a 2. So a little weird, but that should make it much more simple, because then all we have to do is just say at this point, we'll then say, okay, now if you are at progress 2, then show the image, same layer image, because we're just showing the paths based on where you're at. This is 1002, 1003. You are at progress 3, then you're showing at 1003. And we could... Let's simplify this even more. This is going to be ridiculous, but we're simplifying this even more. All right? You ready for this? I hope so. I hope you're ready for this. So the variable is 1045. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say, okay, so 1045 is what has the variable. So you're equal to 1. So I believe we can say, so if we do parentheses, we're going to show game variables dot value, and then we're going to show again game variables dot value of 1045, which would be 1 plus 1000. Yes. And then we should be able to take this same parenthesis, and then say plus show game variables. We'll do 1001, which will then be 1002 if you're at section 1. So we can actually get rid of this conditional branch. So it's just that one, oh geez. So it's just that one script call, which should show that image, yada, yada, yada. There we go. Then if we were to say you are at level, if you're at a progress of 2. Ooh, I didn't think about this though. Okay, so it is showing the images correctly. It is showing the 3 to 3, but it's not showing here. Also, what is going on there with that X? Yeah, I've got to fix that. Something weird's going on with that X value. All right, we'll fix that. Let's actually fix that really quick. So let's hide this. We're gonna come over here. The X value, so that's section, was that section 3? Come here. Yeah, section 3. The X value on section 3 is weird. What is going on here? So right there, over to there. It is 468. 468 instead of 436. Okay. 468. 468. 468. 468. I don't know how I didn't notice this before. And 468. Oh my gosh. 468. Gotta hold down control before I hit enter. Okay, so that should fix that. Go like this. There we go. Just want to make sure that it's not doing that with any of these other ones. Okay, perfect. Ugh, foot's falling asleep. Okay, so that fixes that. Now, we need to fix the position of the paths here. Again, it is technically working correctly. That's because we do not have anything like that. That's okay. We can fix that. So 1, 2. Are we going to need to create another branching path so you can branch out? I really didn't want to make it so you could go from 1 to 5. Because that would just look weird. Yeah. Well, we'll just have to take in a little bit more consideration. Because if you can be... So you will always be a 1. You can be between a 1 and a 2. But then that means this can't be between a 2 and a 3, because if this is a 1, then it can't be a 3, it has to be a 2. We will take that into consideration. We'll figure it out. But for now, let's fix the position of this guy right here. So right now it is showing at a locked 300, 288, which is fine. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to say, so 300 plus 288. Let's put these in parentheses. So we need to do 300 plus, actually we don't need the parentheses here. Get rid of those. So that plus, and then this is where we have the parentheses, plus game variables dot value 1045. So that is your level progress. So if you're at 1045, so that would be right now default to 1 times how far over does this thing have to move? Let's grab the 1 to 3. So you move there. So 136. So you are times 136. Because then 136 times 2 is 272. So if we move this 272 pixels, that should put us there, 272, which it does. Perfect. Okay, so that is showing at X 300. So that's the starting position, plus 1 times, oh my gosh, 1 times 136. And then every time you progress in your progress, it will multiply that by whatever value. So that should be good. So if we copy that, that's 288 plus 145 times, nope, we do not need to change the y value. The y value is staying the same. It's just the x value. It just needs to move over. Okay, so with that, we should now be able to come in here. Is that right? That is not right. That is not right. Because we are taking the initial value and we are already adding that. Okay, so let's do this then. Let's do 300 minus 136 is 164. So if we do 164 plus that times 136, then that'll put us in the right position. There we go. Whew. Took a little while, but we made it. So now it shouldn't matter if we then say you are at a horizontal progress of 1. It'll then move the image over. There we go. 1 to 1. Fantastic. So yeah, I think that it's going to be best to only show... I think it's going to work best to only show the path based on where you are go, right? I think so. Because that'll just help the player know and understand this is where you can select, this is where you can go, pick there, right? So I think the next thing we need to do is creating, so we've got the highlight, but now we want, so in the, not in the paths, if we go into the nodes, we've got hover and then current position. Yes. So current position, horizontal, let's copy that. New. We need more than that, though. We go canvas size, height, plus, I don't know, 300 pixels, sure. Let's delete you. Let's move you up to there. Clone you. Move you down to there. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, that's 5. And then we shrink the canvas size back down to 520. Height of 520, like that. Okay. So this is, let's just call it level, what's the name? Yeah, just level, yeah, so level position 3. Yeah, level position 3. And if we delete that and that, this is now level position 2. And last but not least, level position 1. All right, there we go. Okay, so next, so we've got the paths. That's great. Let's check how I have the layering here. The current position is showing under the paths. That's fine. It's also showing under hover. That's fine. So it should be fine, though, to even show it above those. So if we go above the paths. No, that doesn't. Actually, that'll be fine, because we left a couple extra layers free. So that works out in our favor. So we come over here to layer 34. You're going to show level progress, level position, level position. Yes, that's what it was. Oh my gosh, I need to work on my alt tabbing abilities. Position, level position, plus. So we need to take. So this we will need this section here. We won't need the plus though. Open, 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 close, close. We don't need that. Yes. Oh wait, no, we need. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? What am I doing with my life? Okay, so I think we can get rid of all of this. this. And then we're keeping all of this. And the reason why we need all of that. So basically we need to use the variables to be able to add in the last number of level position. So if we come right here, it's still kind of small, probably can't really see it very well, but the name of these are level position 3. And the way we're going to get that value to add to the image, we need to change level paths to level position plus. Okay, so the way we're going to get that is accessing these variables, because these are setting random between 1, 2, and 3. So that is starting at 1001. So we need to say game variables value, and then game variables value 1045 plus 1000. That actually, I think, is exactly what we need. I think that is actually exactly what we need. I don't think we need to change that at all, which would make sense. So then what we need to do is come over here and say so the position, we're going to start here. So then how far does it move over? 136, so exactly the same as the other one, which is great. That is good to see. We can use that same equation. So starting position would be here, so 232. So you're starting at 232. But that is minus, so 232 minus, what was it, 136? 136. So 96. So you need to start at 96 plus 1045 times 136. Yes. So I think that should now show where you're selecting. It is not. All right, give me the error. What are you trying to show? Or just don't give me an error at all. That's cool too. Okay, so what's wrong with this? Oh, that's what's wrong. I made all those changes and then canceled the changes, and then I forgot that I had canceled them. There we go. So you're right there. Perfect. Now, something we do need to take into account, though. If you are in this position, you are now selecting this position. So let's come in here, and we're going to say level position, getting that image, which will be the correct image. Maybe we actually do need to show you at 232. I actually think 232 would be correct. So you're taking the starting position and then adding to it. So yeah, so if you are here, you are now selecting here. Okay, that's not showing correctly because it's only showing the one highlight. It should be showing 2. Okay. Find out why that's happening. Showing image level position plus game variables dot value okay, all right, yep. So we do need to increase that by 1 then. That makes sense. So it's pulling from the first. Yes, so it's 1. Refresh that. It's 2, 3. Okay, so that's all correct. Now, lastly, what we need to do, so that is showing above, which we do not want it to show above, because you can see it's blocking out the, it's covering the nodes. So it's covering the image of the nodes. And the reason why that's the case is because this highlight is under all of these different nodes on here, but in the game it's layering above. So essentially we need it to be above these, so 27, and then down here 911 plus 27. So if we said, if we were to change this and say 911 plus 28. Actually, I just wonder. So that goes 27 plus 911. 911 would be 1, so that would be 28. Okay, so let's do this. So 27, we're going to change you to be 28. We're just starting, we're changing its picture layer starting point. 8, 28, 28. Change it down here. 28. 28, yeah, because 28. No. Because if 911 is 1, and then you add 27, that already makes it... Oh, no, that's right. Because we're trying to show on image layer 28. So we need to have this be 28. Okay, all right. I'm confusing myself with my own stuff. 27, 28. There we go. So then over here, we can say this is now layer 28. There we go. And then if we come over here, it should... What do you mean V is not defined? What did I do? What did I break? Oh, crap. What did I do? Ah. It's pasting the number, and apparently I didn't hit control when I did that one. So it was just V. Okay. There we go. That should fix that. Okay, shows below. Fantastic. Yep. That's what we want. Okay. Oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. That is so much fun. Okay. Okay. I'm kind of getting tired of looking at this screen. On the bright side, though, we have... I mean, we're almost there. We're so close. If we were to close that, and if we were to then say, well, we've cleared 2 floors now, so now we're picking our 3rd floor. Come in here. It now shows, so this one can go to there, there, there. It's almost showing the highlight. That's right, that's right. I need to take care of that now. So if we come in here, these are actually showing as images, which they should not be. So if we go like that, and delete that, save. Come in here, select that, delete that, and save. Okay, that's better. So in Photoshop, it's not actually showing those as images because there is already an image here, right? So it doesn't need to show another image on top of that image. So they can just be blank, and you're good to go. So the only other thing now that I'm thinking we need to do, well, we need to fix that. That is when you are hovering over the node you're trying to select, right? It's like, let's say, for example, you're here, or you're in this top left one. So if you are trying to go here, what we want to do is have it highlight just this path. So highlight this path, everything else should be kind of dim. So how are we going to do that in the most efficient way possible? My thought originally was to show... Yeah, my original thought was to show an image layer that's above this image layer. And it's just a lighter, like it's as white as our color palette allows. And that would kind of show the highlight. So let me just give an example here. So this is what that looks like, right? This is what it looks like. If we come over here and we add another layer, and if we pull up our color palette, and we go with the lightest color that we have, and then if over here we just do something like this, fill that in with that. So that's kind of what it would show. That's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. Something else we could also do is we would do something like this. So if it were to be a diagonal one, it'd show like this. And I feel like, yes, the highlight is there, but I almost feel like we need to cover up the other paths a little bit more. So say, for example, if it is this gray color right now, we go with like one darker almost. So that it's kind of covering up the other paths that you could have gone. The only problem there is we would either need a lot more image layers, image positions. We need a lot more something, right? So we get rid of all of that. I feel like that helps. Maybe even dimmer. Maybe. Yeah, I almost feel like that helps. Quite a bit. If we select you, come over here, and we fill in. Yeah, so if you're hovering over this one, so if you're in this square and you hover over this one, it will then highlight that. So, what we would need to do to make that work? We would either need a lot of manual coding to make that work, or we could do a lot of image layers. Like just creating images in general. And the way we would do that is we would have to, so like the 1 to 3 would need 1, 2, 3 image layers. So you can show the highlight, cover up those 2. Show the highlight, cover up those 2, and so on and so forth. For this one, you would need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you need 7 image layers to hide the rest and cover up those. And then with this one, 3 to 5, and like with the 5 to 5, you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 images. So just with that, we would need, because it would basically be, you would need the 1 to 3, 3 to 3, 3 to 5, and 5 to 5. So we're looking at probably like 30, 40 images to be able to show the path you're taking. As opposed to, we could show we could have 3 image layers, so it'd be 1, 2, 3. You'd have going up, going down, and going straight. And then we would just set this, the original path layer, to a semi-transparent image. I think we might do that. Yeah. I think that's what we're gonna do. So let's grab these. So we need that guy. No, we're just grabbing that. Copy that. New. There. Okay, so that is the path highlight. It's hard to see, but that's the path highlight. So knock knock. Kate! Green. Yeah, is that the green screen? You want to say hi? Oh, do you got your crackers? Oh, you're getting crackers all over my microphone. Thank you. That is so kind of you. Thank you. Are those some yummy crackers? Do you want to tell everybody about your yummy, yummy crackers?
I say night.
Oh, you want to say night-night to the kitty? Okay. Yeah, do you want to go say night-night to the kitty? Okay, bye. Have a good nap. All right. Okay. So, yeah, I think that'll work best to show. So we'll have 3 images to show. It's only going to show one at a time. We just have to manually place them. That's some Got some crumbs there on my microphone. So yeah, we would just have to manually place them, which would be fine because when we hover over these, it's already doing stuff. And so we would just do that stuff, just more stuff. More stuff for the stuff. Let's do that. And then after that, we're going to start working on the quest system again. So, yes. All right, so let's get working on that. We have that. That is the down. Maybe we... let's do this. Yes, so we're going to save you as level path highlight 3. You're going down. And we're going to flip you vertically. You're going to be level path highlight 1. Then the straight across, so that's going to be 8 pixels tall. 8. A new layer, fill that in. I'm going to center that. Nope. Delete that one. This is level highlight path 2. We got 1, 2, and 3. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then we just need I don't think that's quite right. The reason I say it's not quite right is if we're centering, so right now that we've centered the path here, not up here. I think what we need to do, so it would be, so at the very most, it'd be 1. Yeah. So we need to actually move that to the top. Because it'd be showing the image here, right? So it'd be 1, 2, 3. Yep. Okay, come over here, open that up. We're gonna move you to the top to save you. Okay, that should be correct. Close you, we can close you. Okay. So let's come in here. We're going to say on the first one, you are hovering over node 1. Let's start with section 2. This is, okay, so node, section 2, node 1. So this is if you are hovering over this guy up here. Shows the picture, hover. And this is taking into consideration you are equal to 1045. Okay, so this is if your position is at 2. I don't think that's actually right, but that should be fine. Okay, so let's do this. We're going to enable the layer mask. Nope, not going to enable the layer mask. I thought I had a path or a version where it was all the paths, but I guess not. So let's do, we're going to call this one all paths. And we've got some nodes. Let's turn off everything else but that button. Turn off paths. Okay, and all paths. We just need to figure out how this is going to work if you were to go 5, 5 to 5, 5. There to there is 56. That's 28. Okay. Let's just get all these filled in. What the crap is happening? All paths. What is happening? Clone. Clone. Okay, I don't know what was happening there. It was not cloning the layer for some reason. Clone one more time. Merge those down. over to there. Okay. That is all paths, all nodes. Let's work off of this. So the first thing we need to do is actually set the image 35. We need to change that opacity. So node 2.1. I have that saved somewhere. Here. Rotate picture. I do know that I have it saved. Come out here and we go to, I think it's Would You Take the Pill? One of my other projects. No, it is not in here. Actually, it might be in here. But I don't think it's in here. It's not in Would You Take the Pill. I think it's in Deep Dark Dungeon? Nope. Come along with me on a ride through all of my unfinished projects. Deepest, Darkest Dungeon. Let's check on that one. Test map, heroes, no. Hall of Kings, Glory and Riches, Planetary Conquest. I know this one has it. So let's come in here. Go into old stuff. Opening. There we go. Okay, change picture opacity to equal 50. There we go. I knew that I had that somewhere. Go back to images, pictures. We'll come back over here. And we're going to say, let's just put that in here just so I have it for reference for later. Okay, level selection screen. Come over here. Node 2.1. You're hovering over this. Then we're going to change layer number 35. Is that the one? 35, yes. Layer 35's image opacity. Let's set you to like 150. I feel like that should be dark enough. And then if you're not hovering over anything, then we're going to do that. I also am going to get rid of erasing these pictures. And I'll show you and explain that in a second. Then 255. There we go. Yeesh. We come back up over here and we go to 2-1. Copy that. Let's just put this in all of these so we can test it. This is just going to test how just reducing the opacity is going to work on the paths. Okay, and then the idea is that way it won't be as flashy. So like as you hover over it, even if you leave, it will leave that one highlight and the name. And you have to like highlight over the next one to actually see it. Okay, I feel like just changing the opacity should work just fine. Yeah, I think that should work all right. Now, let's take into consideration. We're going to use this script to show the image. So that's just going to work so much better. Okay, so it changes the opacity. And then we need to show this. So this is going to be image layer 36. Showing over the paths. And this is going to be level path highlight, but not 1. So how are we going to figure this? So it's level path highlight plus. This is only if you are hovering over this guy. Then you have to take into consideration not only how many nodes are in the one you're currently on, but you also have to take into consideration how many nodes are in the next section. Because if we're hovering here... No, you are... So if you are here... Is that how we're doing it? If you are there... There we go. So if you are here and you hover here, 3 to 5, Nope, that is not the case. Well, it is. Okay, so we're at 2. So we need to change that. We need to change you to 1. You're on level 1. Level 1. Yes. And then let's change this to always be 2. Just so we can see how that looks. Yes. Okay, so we are here currently. Then we're choosing one of these levels. So if you were to be here, and you're choosing this. Do we need a whole other section? No, let's just think about this. Okay, let's think about this. Should we just say this is amount of polish that we'll just work on later? I almost want to say this is just polish that we can do later. So if you're here and you're hovering over this guy, we would need to show this image, which would show here. Yes. And it would show image number 1 as you're going up. But what is it basing that off of? There's just so many variables we'd have to consider. Yeah, let's do this. We'll do the paths. We're not going to do the highlighting paths, though. Not yet. Eventually, yes. Eventually, we will want to incorporate something like that. But for now, I think it's just, if you are here, you're now, doing this. Okay, I think that should be easy enough. So let's do... We need to take that into consideration anyway. Because as you progress, we need to determine the player's vertical position for what they've selected. I did not even think about that. I did, but I wasn't considering it now. So right now, okay, so I can't click these. That's good. That's good. But I can click that one. Right? No? Okay. That's very broken. So if you are at section 1, that is not right at all. Because that if you're at section, because if you're in that section, you're not wanting to select this section. Oh, crap. Okay. Well, nothing else to do but go through and update all these. Because I did that wrong, right? Jesse on YouTube says, gotta run for a bit. Good luck. Good luck, Jesse. Hope to see you again. Whenever it is you make it back. Okay, so I'm only going to update a couple of these because I'm pretty sure this is what I need to do. Just want to make sure I'm actually doing this correct. Oh my gosh. Okay. So if we're in this section, if I click here, shouldn't actually do anything because I'm technically in this section. So if I click here, What? So if game variables 1045 is equal to 2. 1045 is players level progress. Okay. Which you should be equal to 1, right? Yeah, you're equal to 1. Nope, I'm going the wrong way. You're equal to 0. We need to subtract from this number, not add to this number. It's okay. It's all right. We're doing fine. See, it's a good thing that I stopped to check before I went on and did all of the sections and all of the nodes, because that would have sucked. Would have sucked big time. Okay, one more. Now, if we come over here, and if we say, can't click you, but if I come over here, I should be able to click you, which takes us, well, would take us to another dungeon. Well, actually, I know why that's not working. I know why that's not working, because we haven't established anything yet. All right, so let's go through, let's update all of these. So 0, 1s. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit, but we can power through. It's going to be all right. The fact that we just have to reduce all of these by 1. Very frustrating. But there's been worse. It's been worse. 3. 3. 3. And 3. 5s are now 4s. Yeah, after this, we do need to figure out how we're going to do the vertical positions. Or the vertical positions. Because this is all horizontal positions, which is great. We need to take into account horizontal positions. But we need vertical positions as well. Oh my gosh. Because what's the system? I mean, what's the point of having a system that lets you choose where you're going if there's nothing actually taking into account where you're going? The answer? Nothing. No point. There's no point to a system like that that doesn't actually track your position. Okay, that should be it. Perfect. Okay, so now if I were to click on any of these, it shouldn't take us anywhere because we can't actually go here yet, but if we click here, it'll do that whole thing. Awesome. All right, so how are we going to take into account the character's position? The vertical position. Let's do this. So we're setting the horizontal position. That's good. So then if we say control variables set player's vertical position, we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you're technically starting at 3. Easy enough. Then what we would say is if you click and release here, so this would set your position to 5. Yeah. Well, are we doing 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? We're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 is at the top, 5 is at the bottom. Yes, that's what we're going to do. Okay. 2, 3, 4. And it's kind of backwards. But it's going to line up with the nodes. So it will make sense. On the surface, it looks weird because you're technically increasing the number to be going down in the nodes. But I guess also, you know, consider it like a, if you're changing the y coordinates of something on an axis, increasing y decreases its y position. So we will say it is following that same logic. Increase to go down. which this will also help with our being able to show the paths, which again, we're going to do at a different time because that's just polish. And we're going to be polishing everything later. We want to make sure we're not making a turd, because if we're making a turd, there's no sense in polishing because you can't polish a turd and make it fun. So we're going to make it fun and then polished. All right. Almost got it. And 5. Crap, we got one more. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Oh, we can also get rid of that. All right, so that is when you click on the nodes, it sets your position. So we need to take into account So when you go to click, we're going to need to consider if the player is at a vertical of 1, they can only go to 1s and 2s. Yeah. I think we would just need to add to here then. I would say, and if game variables dot value 1046. So if you're clicking on section 1, which is number 5, you basically need to say if 146 is greater than or equal to Sorry, I have to visualize this. This is not working. So this is if you are clicking here. So to be able to go here, you would have to be equal than or greater than a 1 and less than or equal to a 2. 1 yeah. And oh, that's right. I need to touch input. And game variables. I think we need to put these in parentheses. Is less than or equal to 2. Big. Now what we're going to do is we're going to grab this actually. Because you can't technically, so we can't test this at all. We're going to cut that. Let's come down to node 2-2. And we're going to say in here at the end, paste that. We're going to say 146. So if you're at a 3, you can only move to a 2, a 3, and a 4. Yes. So if you're greater than a 2 or below, equal to or greater than, equal to or less than a 4. Right? I think so. So then this guy would have to be you'd have to be greater than or equal to a 1 and less than or equal to a 2. Man, this is, I think this is all right. So then if you want to go to a 2-3, you would have to be if you want to go here, yeah, you would have to be either a 2, a 3, or a 4 to go here. So a 2 or a 3 or a 4. Yes. And if you want to go to 2-4, you would have to be a 3, a 4, or a 5. So it should be 3, 4, or 5. And then if you wanted to go to a 5, if you wanted to go here, you'd have to be either a 4 or a 5. 4 or 5. Ooh, okay, I think that should work. So let's say just to make it easier, just do some testing. Perfect. Okay, so I am currently here. So I should not be able to go here. But I should be able to go here. There we go. I should be able to go here. I should be able to go here. But I shouldn't be able to go here. Okay, so that is what we need to do then. Confusing. Very, very confusing. Also, why is that top one? Why is that still showing that? That should not be showing that anymore. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so that actually worked. So I'm still here, so I shouldn't be able to go here. I shouldn't be able to go here, but I can go here. Awesome. Okay, now let's change things up a bit. Let's say my vertical position is 1. So I am up at the top. So I'm up here. So I should be able to only go here and here. So I shouldn't be able to go here, or here, or here, but I can go here. Crap. Why are you doing this? 2-1. So my vertical position would have to be 1, greater than 1, but less than 2. Huh? What? Can't go here, can't go here, can't go here, but you should be able to go here. Oh, wait, so that would be an issue with node 2-2. So my position would have to be so to be able to go here, I would have to be at a 1, a 2, or a 3. Okay, so I think I did that wrong. Yes. So to go here, I would have to be either at a 1 or a 2. To go here, I have to be 1, 2, 3. To go here, I have to be 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. So yeah, so 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. Makes sense. I don't know why you're confused, like I am. Okay, so you can't go there, but you can go here. Yes. You can go here. Yes. And then if we set our position vertically to be a 5, we should not be able to go here or here or here, but we can go here, and we can go here. Okay. And then just for kicks and giggles, if we say we are at a 4, that means we should not be able to go here or here, but we can go here, here, and here. All right. Wait, the only other one we haven't tested is a position of 2. So if you are at a position of 2, so you're here, you should be able to go here, here, and here, but not here or here. You can go here, here, and here. Awesome. Fantastic. Incroyable, as the French would say. Shout out to all my French viewers. I'm sure we've gotten many. Okay. Perfect. Yes. Perfect. Now that I'm thinking about it, I know that we shouldn't do this, but maybe what we do, I know that we shouldn't do this, but I kind of am like, should we do this? So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking if we grab all of this from out of here, if we cut that and get rid of that, and then we just have another conditional branch where we say script, if the game variable values are u to u and u to u, and then we can put u in there, that should have the exact same effect, right? Should. So that should only be affecting the top node, this guy. So if we click it, we should still be good. But I know I shouldn't be doing this, but I think this will actually fix the problem we were having before. So if we do that, then basically what we can say is within this, we can change the opacity. I'm making it so you can highlight the path. But it should actually, because we didn't take into account all this other stuff before, but now that we have it built out, we should be able to say, change the opacity of the image 35. So 35, set it to 150. And then we're going to show image 36. And maybe I'm not taking into consideration everything else again, which maybe that's my bad. We need to do path highlight. U. Okay. So how are we gonna do this? I feel like it's right there. I feel like we're right there and we can get it. We just need just 2 seconds to figure this out. So let's get rid of the 1. So path highlight plus. Path highlight plus. We even need to do the plus though. Yes. So we got 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this is taking into consideration if your current position is between a 1 and a 2. So that means if you are, right? So if 1046 is greater than or equal to 1 and less than or equal to 2. Yeah, so it's saying if you are here or here. which is good. What if we get a little bit more specific, maybe? Maybe. If we're hovering here. Actually, no, that should be right. So if you're here or here, then it's going to show an image based on either 1, 2, or 3. And so it's just going to show the image in this spot here. So you're going to show image. No. Even that won't work. Man, this is really stumping me. We're going to say, show image. Yeah, I think we might need to move on to the quests, actually, and just call this good for now. We technically have the system working. Yeah, let's just... Even though I feel like we're so close. Okay, this is specifically saying if you are hovering over node 2, 1, which is this one here. So you're either needing to draw a line across or a line up. So maybe we just need to say just for safekeeping, we're going to come over here, we're going to say and that. So that keeps us to where we were. We're going to say if 1046 is equal to 1, we're going to do that. And we're going to show path highlight if we're equal to 1, which means you are here hovering over that, and we just need path highlight 1, because that is, nope, path highlight 2. Yeah. We're not going to add any variable, because none of that should matter. Then we're going to show you actually at 0. We're going to show you... so much fun. So much fun. Okay, so let's grab this guy. Copy you. We're gonna paste you. I'm hoping this will all make sense soon. You're gonna show right there. You're gonna show at 268 and 60. 268 and 60. Okay. If you're equal to 1. Actually... No. No. Okay, I think I know what we need to do. We need to copy this. We're going to say, if you are between those. Okay, so we're putting us in here. And then we need to say specifically, if the variable 1046 is equal to 1. Oh my gosh, we're not setting the variable. We're saying conditional branch. If that variable is equal to 1, then show this image. If you're equal to 2, then you're going to show that image. I think. the end, in the else, yes, at the end of the else, we need to change the opacity back to 255. We need to erase picture 36. Okay. And then just for consistency's sake, just so it all feels right, we'll erase picture number 91 and 92. Okay, all of that to say, we do that. Then, if we're at position 2, then we should be able to have it show that. Okay. Whew. I think that's actually how we need to do it. Sweet. So with that, we would basically just need to copy all of that and do it for all of these other teams. Let's cut that. I just want to make sure that this is still going to function properly. So it looks good. And that should still function properly. So then if we come over here, you're in position 1. Okay. Perfect. All right. So then we just need to take that. Yes. So below the image, we just need to say new conditional branch. You are greater than 1, but then greater than less than 3. Is that how this one is? 1 through 3. Okay, then we just come in here and get rid of that. And then we can move you into there. And then we just need to say everything in here. Paste it there. So you're going to show that opacity at 150. Vertical progress is at 1. Yes. So if you are here, no. Oh my gosh. Okay. This is killing my brain. I think. So if you're highlighting here, if your position is between 1 and 3, so if you're equal to 1, yes, so if you're equal to 1 and you're highlighting over this one, then it's the down, which would be highlight 3. But if your position is equal to 2 and you're hovering over that, then you need to be highlight 2, but at a different X and Y position. So you need to move down 112. Okay? So the Y position is currently at 60 plus 112, which is 172. 172. And then if you are equal to 3, and you're hovering over that, then you're showing highlight 1 at the same Y value. Okay. Yes. So this is if you are at position 1. So I'm right here. If we highlight over here, you're going over. If you're highlighting there, then it goes down. And then if we change our vertical position to 2, then we need to say, you highlight there, you're going up, over, and then if we do the Y position of 3, then you can move there. Can't move there. Okay, yeah, that is working. It is just kind of a nightmare. Kind of a nightmare. That should be okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, geez. I'm also now seeing and realizing we actually need, we need to increase the canvas size of the height. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we need to add okay, after this, we're going to switch over to doing the quests, because I really want to work on that today for about an hour. So let's just edit these really quick. We need to add the shadow, essentially. What am I freaking doing with my life? Come on, efficiency. That is what we need, efficiency. So let's do clone you. We're going to move this one out 4 and fill it in with that. Actually, let's just do this, that. Then we get rid of that. Yes. Then we clone you. Fill you in with that. We go over and down. Over. Oh my gosh. Okay, that should be right. We save you, close you, come over here. Grab these two. Canvas size plus 8. Clone you. Put you in with that. You up there. To there. 4, 4. Save. And then same with this guy. Let's make a clone. Move you down. I'm gonna do. Wait, need canvas size 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. We just need you and you. Okay, so with that, it should show that highlight, but actually with the shadow. I think we need to move you up 4 frames now. And then we will focus, we'll do this another day. Yeah, so let's do, so it needs to show the image at 4 pixels up. So 60 would be 56. And same thing over here. So 60 is 56. 72 is 168. Those are the only 2 we've done so far. So with that, it should show that highlight like that, which it does. Perfect. Okay. Fantastic. And then same thing if we go over here and change the vertical position to 1. Yep, I think that's good. I think that is good. Okay, fantastic. So we technically do have that working now then. Technically. You're only a 1. You can be a 1 or a 2. Okay. Awesome. And then we're setting our position to be 3. So then that means we should be able to come over here, click on you, go there. Okay, I think that's enough work on the level progress system for now. So let's move on from the level progress system, and we're gonna go over to the spell system. We'll finish out the stream for the next hour and a half or so, working on the spell book. Nope, quests. Quest system, not the spell book. Quest system. It's the quest system. The way it's currently working, so as you can see, you've got the quests. If you accept it, it adds it to your quests. Slay monsters, 0 out of 10. We come back over here to the shop, and it's, I think, 900 and something. Room traps, there we go. Quest current, so 0 out of 10. If we switch that to 10 out of 10, there we go. We go back to the quests. We can now claim the quests. If we do that, we do claim. It now just says quest complete, but it removes it from there, gives us 10 gold. Fantastic. That is what we like to see. But what we also like to see, and so that's currently working off of the skills. There we go. So it pulls all the information from here. Slay 10 monsters in the tomb, slay monsters, reward, and gold. Which is great. Fantastic. But what if we change this? So if we do slay 5 monsters, the reward and the goal, then we come in here. If we go to the quests, you can see slay 5 monsters, the reward is 5. Great. Awesome. Fantastic. So what we need to do is, let's grab this, 111 and 116. So we want to say game variables, variables dot set value of 1011 to that. Yes. And set 1016 to be the TP cost. Yes. So I should be able to cut those, come back over here, and it should just be that simple script call. Open that up. Reward is 5. Accept it. Slay 5 monsters. Come back over here. Come over to variable 914. Set that to 5. There we go. Quests. That's good. Claim. Awesome. Okay. So now we just have this very simple script call right here that gives you your quest. Which is great. But that's starting. So what if we do? So we're going to have a whole bunch of quests like this. They're going to be very generic right now, but we can replace these with anything. 10, 15, and 20. Okay. Apply. That's 1 through 4. Quest 1 assigned to. That's right. I believe we need, so quest 1 assigned to, quest 2 assigned to, 3 assigned to, 4 assigned to, and 5 assigned to. We do need all of those variables. And then after that, we can do quest book, slot 1 random. So the reason why we want this one, we come up over here and we say quest book slot 1 random. We're going to set it to a random number between 1 and 4. And if we do skills, data skills 1. So, but we're going to replace this with a variable. So game variables dot value of 1000, was it 26? 26. Okay, so that way we can set, so instead of just being, oh, you're picking skill, which is the quest, number 1, setting a random number between 1 and 4, setting all of that, and so, come over here now, we should be able to go to quests. It's now slay 15 monsters in the tomb, we refresh it, slay 5 monsters, slay 15, slay 15, slay 10, and slay 20. So it's now picking from randomly from any of these quests. So, with that, we come in here. We don't want the map layout. What we want is open recent. Tomb of Versilius 2. We were working on... Yes. Okay. So we've got things like slaying monsters. We've got things like clear 50 rooms in the tomb, which are great. Yeah. So what we can do then... So if we then create... So we've got... What was it again? Clear 50 rooms in the tomb. But if it was something like... explore 20 rooms in the tomb. And the short description is explore rooms. Does that actually fit there though? So you got clear rooms. That is the one downside. Explore rooms. So yeah, so the downside is this text here extremely limited. So we have to make sure that the short description is very short. Then we'll set this to 5 and 5. So explore 20 rooms, explore 30 rooms, explore 40 rooms, explore 50 rooms. Okay, and then come over here and we set you to a random number between 1 and 8. It should now select any one of those, which should be slay 10 monsters, explore 40 rooms in the tomb. Okay, perfect. So with that, we should then be able to come in over here. So we copy that, come over here. So when you complete the quest, don't do quest complete. Don't do quest complete. Don't do the quest reward, goal. We do want to do assign to though. And quest 1 current. Actually, do you know what? Actually, yes. Let's zero all of that out. So don't. And then let's wait for like 60 frames. And then basically what we'll do is we will then set a new goal 1 between 1 through 8. Ugh. Don't ever mix Nutter Butters with Ultra Strawberry Dreams Monster. Not gonna lie, the peanut butter mixed with the Strawberry Dreams kind of tastes like puke. That is not good. Not good. So when does it show all those images? So we're setting the quest, safe room, decor. When you click on quest book, shop, quest button, check quests, show safe room 3. Quest reward 1. Okay, and then show picture 50. So that's accept. For 50. That should be right. So if quest reward 1 is greater than 0, show accept. Should be good enough. Okay, so quests down here, takes care of that. It shows quest complete, gets rid of all of that, erases the image, and then waits for 60 frames. It'll set a new random quest, and then it'll show that. Yeah. So if we come to quests, slay 15 monsters in the tomb. Reward is 15 gold. We accept that quest. Slay monsters in the tomb, 0 of 15. Can't click anything there. Still, it's kind of doing weird stuff, but that's okay. We go to the shop, come down here, go to variable 914. So the goal is 15. So let's go to 15. Here we go. Go to quests. That is complete. You can now claim. So then if we claim, quest complete, and then it gives us a new quest. Explore 20 rooms in the tomb. Is that right? Explore 20 rooms is a goal of a reward of 5. Okay. So then if we accept, should add it there. Explore room 0 of 5. Yeah, that's not right. Why is it 0 of 5? Oh, that's right. Okay, so the MP cost, that's the reward. TP cost is the goal. So the goal should be 20. That should be 30. That should be 40. And that should be 50. Okay. Great. Now let's try that again. Quests. Explore 20 rooms in the tomb. Accept. You have to explore 20 rooms. Come down here to 914. Set that to the goal. Say we've explored 20 rooms. There we go. Quest complete. Go back here to the quest. You can claim it. Quest complete. We got a new quest. There's still no quest down here. Slay 10 monsters in the tomb. We accept it. Slay monsters in the tomb. Let's go back to the shop. And then we should have current is 0. That there. Completed. Go to quests. You can claim. There we go. And you get your new quest. Fantastic. That is working exactly how we would want it. Yeah, that is actually working exactly how we want it. Aw, I'm out of Nutter Butters. That's okay. We can rebuild. By rebuild, I mean red vines. Okay. So if that's the case, then here's what we need to do. We need to have a single spot where we can change. Reach player level 2. Draw 50 fire cards. That should be fine. Yeah, that should be all right. The idea is, with these ones, they're a little bit more set in stone, right? It's like reaching player level 2. If you were to ever get that quest, it would just check it based on the player's level. But how are we going to take that into account versus something like this? Because like this isn't going to take into account, you know, if you go and explore 50 rooms for another quest, it's not going to take that into account for this as well. That's going to just completely wipe that information. But reaching player level 2, that's a whole other ballgame. I think it should be fine. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. That is a problem for future, Kep. For right now, this is all working, technically, correctly. What if we say something like this? What if we say skills 1 through 100 are more of like the variable type skills. Spell. Quests. So you can have 200 quests that are more of just like off-the-wall random things like drawing X amount of X cards, killing X amount of monsters, exploring X amount of rooms, dealing X amount of damage, things like that, right? Yes. And then we would say like 200 through, or 201 through 300 are the more specific quests, like reaching player level 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are going to have to get specific. To be able to test, to be able to check those numbers, we have to be specific. So things like increasing your spell levels, increasing your player levels, and things like that, you are going to have to get very specific with how you're checking that data. So, I think what we're going to do, yeah, let's do 300 here. Yeah, so 1 through 200 are the random variable quests. And then after that would be the quests like 201 would be reach player level 2. Level up. Then the reward would be 5. The goal is 2. Easy enough. It'd be like 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. Now what we could do is we could break these up so that the top 4 quests are the like variable quests. And then this bottom one is always the player stat specific quest. So leveling up your character, leveling up your spells, and things like that. Because these would need to go in sequential order, right? You couldn't pick randomly, be like, reach player level 2, and then the next random number is 204, so it'd be reach player at level 5. Because then that would just completely defeat the purpose. Like, it has to be, yeah, like I was saying, it has to be sequential. So reach player level 2. And then in between 2 and 3, you'd be like, level up fire spell to level 2, level up spirit spell to level 2, water spell to level 2, and poison spell to level 2. And then reach player level 3. Things like that. So I think that's what we need to do. I think it would be reach player level 2, and then it would be... How did I have the other one? Increase fire spell. Okay, so increase fire spell to level 2. Do like fire level. Yeah. So reward is 5. TP cost is that. Okay. So then, yeah, so increase fire spell, increase spirit spell, spirit, increase water spell, water, what the freak is going on there? Spirit level. And then poison to level 2. Then it'd be reach player level 3, level up. Great. So on and so forth. So this would be, yeah, it would just kind of be just, well, that. So these would be the sequential quests where like it's encouraging you to level up. It's encouraging you to, yeah, level up your spells, level up your player, almost like just, they're almost kind of like achievements, right? That are going sequential with the game. These ones would be just random. So like, say for example, if we were to do gain 50 XP from combat. Gain XP. So yeah, the reward is 5. The goal is 50. Gain 75 XP, so on and so forth. And it would just randomly pick from these to fill in the quests. And so we could have lower level. Oh, we could do that actually. So you'd have your lower level random quests. Well, the thing is, like, it doesn't matter how strong you get. Like, killing 20 monsters is killing 20 monsters. You're still having to play Blackjack. The monsters are increasing in difficulty as you're progressing, so these wouldn't change. Same with rooms. Exploring a room is exploring a room. And then gain 150 experience from combat. 5, 10, 15, and 20. Something like, is it diffuse? Diffuse? I think. Diffuse. Yeah, 2 Fs. Okay, got it right. Diffuse, or not diffuse. Wart? I'm trying to think of the right word for turning off the traps. Not diffuse, not thwart. Disable? Disable 5 traps. Disarm, that would also be a good one. Actually, I think I like that. I think I like that better, actually. So, Thank you, small, but rock solid. Disarm 5 traps. Yes. So then disarm traps. Then the reward. And we're going to go through and we would need to balance all of these quests, obviously. These are just placeholders. So maybe even disarm 2 traps. Disarm 5 traps. And disarm 10 traps. Okay. Goal reward is 20. Something like that. Okay, so I think that's the plan. Is that skills or quests? We're just gonna change this from skills. We're just gonna call this quests. I actually wonder. System. Terms. Can I change light skill? I can't remember. I don't think if I change it there, it's gonna change it here. I think the terms is just in the game. It refers to quests. So yeah, that doesn't matter. I was thinking if maybe I changed the terms in the system, it would change skills to quests, but it does not. But we all know skills are quests. All right, so now we need to have a way of saying, so if we come over here, it's pulling a random number between 1 and 8, which is great. We're going to increase that to 15 because we want it to pull a random number between 1 and 15. The thing is, we need a spot where we can tell the game how many quests there are. Let's come up here. Let's just say how many quests random, and then how many quests static. Then basically what we can do is we can say, so how many quests random, we're going to, crap. All right, what is that? 1126. Okay, 1 through 15. So what we could do is if we actually come over here into the JavaScript plugins, we're going to do the Yami skip title plugin. The reason why we're pulling this up is because when it loads, it is setting this switch. So this is what happens when you load the game. So let's do game variables dot value. Nope. Set value of variable, was it 4? Set variable 4. So how many quests random? Set it to 4. So 4 is the variable. Set it to 15. So anytime that we add quests, let's do increase anytime more quests are added. Yes. So I understand. So we just need to, anytime we add more quests, we just need to increase this variable to however many there are. Because, so if we save that, we close that, come back over here, and then we say, it's over here. We need to generate a random number. I know that we have that because we have done that so many freaking times. Random number. Where is it? In here? Show picture. There we go. Random number. Excuse me. 11 plus that. Okay. So we need all of that. Okay. So then over here, when you complete the quest, that is not what we want. We need to go over here to the safe room. Quests. So when you complete the quest, instead of just saying, hey, random number between 1 and 15, what we can do is with a script, we can say, hey, set value, get rid of all of this. So set the value of 1026 to math floor random we need game variables dot value of, was it 4? 4, yes. So set the variable 1026 to whatever 4 is plus 1. No. No, that's not right. That's not right. All right, let me pull this up. I know I've done this 1,000 times, but I am just so bad. JavaScript random number. Small but rock solid says, I think one of my problems in my project is that I have tons of variables coded, but then I realize I have to create new ones that are related to a group of previous variables, and I kind of lose the order of where things are. Is there an easy way to rearrange the order of variables without losing their references and events, script, and so on? I don't think so, unfortunately. And that can be a really annoying thing. Like, as you can see here, I currently have 1,140 variables. So many. Too many variables. For me, over time, the thing that I've found works the best is when you're making your project, and this is where it kind of comes into play, kind of having a little bit of a planning session for your project before just jumping straight into it, but kind of getting a rough idea and being like, okay, what am I going to want to potentially do with this variable? Like, how many things is it going to affect? How many am I potentially going to need? All of that stuff. And then you try and block it out, right? So an example here, we've got, so if we come, yes. So starting right here at 101, I knew that for the dungeon exploration stuff, I was going to have, let's see if I can, there's not going to be a good way to show that. So in this top right section, when you're exploring the dungeon, this is your map, right? And so it's showing you where you are and all that stuff. So I knew that I wanted to have 60 rooms because I created like a rough draft of what the UI would look like. And I was like, okay, if I want to have 60 rooms, what variables does each room need? So I need the layout variable, the monster variable, and then 2 item variables. I'm like, okay, so each room needs 4 variables, 4 times 60. And so I blocked out all of these variables for those rooms. Now, I ended up using all 60 rooms, but if I didn't, at least I knew that I had that limit. I was like, I've blocked out these variables specifically for the rooms. If there ever comes time when I need to go through and delete those, then I'll have some extra spaces for some variables. So kind of like the same thing with the monsters. So when creating the bestiary, you've got the HP max, armor class, attack, and experience. And then I was like, okay, so each monster needs 5 variables. I want to maybe have roughly 100 monsters. I figured that was a good cap for like, if I have 100 monsters, that's going to be fantastic. And then I just created this huge block of empty variables to be like, this is where my monster variables are going to go. And so on and so forth. So having that initial planning session and being like, okay, what are the things I'm going to need? What do I need to do here? And how am I going to make it kind of block out is really important. Very important. But I will say it never goes according to plan. Never, never, ever. You can plan for absolutely everything and something's going to change. So right here, this used to be player stats and it is no longer player stats. And so I've kind of been like filling things in where I can because I'm like, oh, well, I don't need that variable anymore. So let's kind of fill it in with some stuff. So if you ever see any blank spaces in my variables, it's usually because I had planned for something, put it there, and then eventually moved it somewhere else or changed it. And that can get very difficult to keep track of things. So having some kind of note, so like you can open up like a Word doc on your computer or a note on your phone or something like that, then you can kind of block out and be like, oh, between these are like where my blocks of variables are. That can be a great way to go. Another great thing, and I'm sure you've kind of noticed this every now and then, maybe, if you're looking, some of the variables have all capitalization. So Blackjack. Now there's a couple more. But basically, if I have one-off variables where it's like I'm putting this just in a random spot, but I need to be able to search, like look through and find it pretty quickly, I usually just all capitalize, try and make it as big and as bold as possible. I mean, you can also add other things like, add some, equal signs and things like that to just highlight those one-offs. So that way, even if they're not in blocks of variables, you can be like, that is the one that I need. There you are. So yeah, whatever you can do to kind of like highlight those. But the most important thing is you do not want to oversaturate with highlights. Because if you have too many that are like, look at me, I'm over here, then it's going to be more difficult to find. But then if you have the blocks of variables and you have like some kind of naming convention where you can increase integers by 1 for the naming conventions, that can help a lot too. So that way I don't need to highlight anything here. When I get to this block, I'm like, yep, those are for all the rooms. Those are for the monsters, things like that. So those are the things that I would suggest, is blocking your variables to the best you can. Because the thing is with RPG Maker, if you just have a bunch of blank spaces and empty variables, there is nothing wrong with that. Like, it's not going to slow the engine down. It's not going to change anything. I don't even think it increases the size of your project. And if it does, it increases it by maybe a kilobyte or 2. So not noticeable at all. So even if you were just like, I'm going to potentially have 2,000 variables, and I'm just going to, create the 2,000 variables. And if you just want to block it off, it's totally fine if you have a bunch of blank spaces here and there, because it leaves room for you to add and take away. So that's what I would suggest for working with variables in RPG Maker. Loki says, I've never used RPG Maker, but you can't do a table that contains all the enemies and use the same variables. Wait. I've never used RPG Maker, but you can't do a table that contains all the enemies and use the same variables and just cycle through the table to pull the information. Kind of. This is how I've got my stuff in Love 2D. So all my enemies have health, and I just call their information from the table, called dictionaries in other languages and engines. Yes and no. So so RPG Maker has 2 different tables, essentially. So they have their variables table, where you're creating your variables, you can name them whatever they want, but the name does not matter. RPG Maker does not look at the name of your variable. This is just for the end user. Well, not the end user, the developer, to be like, oh, this is what I named this thing. But you can't be like, oh, call variable, spell swap variable. It has to be call variable 7. So it only works off of IDs, which can be very frustrating, but that's where kind of like the issue comes in, because you can't go off of the variable name. It's only the variable ID. So if you ever change what variable is associated, so like if I changed player level from 8 to variable ID 6, even though it's still named player level, the engine does not care about that, which is very frustrating and can be very difficult. But then the RPG Maker also has their data tables. So in the database, you can you've got your actors, classes, skills, items, weapons, armor, and you've got your enemies. So like say, for example, with the way that most people use RPG Maker, you'd have your enemy here, right? So you'd call this one Bat. And it would have things like you set their max HP, their magic points, their attack, defense, magic attack, magic defense, and all of this stuff is stored in this table. So it would be enemy ID 1 would have all the information you put here, how much experience they give you, how much gold they give you, the item drops, their action patterns, their traits, anything like that, it will copy from that data table. And so this morning when I first started and I was saying that this is great because the person responded, and we can now, because I didn't know how to access that. So you can now access with $, data skills, and then you can say which data skills. Like if I were to set this to 1, it would pull from the first data skill. So the way that most people do variables, it's not like I'm using the engine very weirdly. Like most people do not create their enemy stats in variables. They use the database, which is a much cleaner way to do it. I just never really knew how to pull information from the data table as if it were a variable. But now that I do know how, I'm actually going to be cleaning up my variable tables a ton, because I'm just going to create the enemies in here so it can be one data table in the enemy table, and I can have their name, their HP, their MP, their attack, their defense, and all that stuff without having to set 5 individual variables to track all that information. So yeah, so it is efficient when it comes to their data tables. It's just their variables that are extremely inefficient. Now they have added a search function, so you can find events that are using certain variables. So if I wanted to find events that are affecting like backpack slot 1 and I search, it'll tell me what map they're on, the event that it is, the page that it's using it, and then where their position on the map is. So I have used this before when I'm trying to adjust variables. And so basically what I would do is if I know that I'm moving variables around and I'm trying to reorganize things, it's like right now, my backpack slots 1 through 9 are all right here. But then the rest of them, backpack slots 10 through 15, are all the way down here in the thousands. So that like they're separate, which sucks because it makes it very difficult to find things and understand where things are. So like RPG Maker allows you to find what is referencing those variables and kind of fix things if you ever change your variables. But yeah, it's the variable table is probably my biggest gripe with RPG Maker, because it's just not great. Like, you can't store strings in these variables. These variables are they are whole numbers only as well. It's like you cannot save fractions in here. You can't save strings or anything like that. Like, it is a 0, it is a 1, it is a 2, nothing in between, which really sucks. So yeah, it can be a bit of a pain point, I will say. It can be a bit of a pain point. Small but rock solid says, yeah, I'm creating enemies in enemies tab and had to buy sprites because I can't stand the normal childish sprites that come with RPG Maker. Yeah, me too. And sprite sheets are another complication entirely. Yeah, the enemy graphics, I mean, like, they're fine, but yeah, I much prefer going out and getting different ones. Plus, using the default RPG Maker sprites and graphics in general, they're just, I feel like they look very generic. And so if you just are using those, not to say you can't, I'm just saying, for me, anytime I see a project on Steam and they're charging like $30 for it, and I can tell that they're all using just the default RPG Maker images, I'm just like, very, very generic. Loki says, gotcha. Yeah, for my info, if I wanted the health of enemy 1, it would look like enemies 1.health, and the variable in the brackets denotes which enemy in the table it is looking at. Yeah, and that's how, technically, if you were to use the enemy data table, I could do something like that. So I'd basically do, like, if I were to set a variable to that data table, I would say set variables 1111 to the data skills or data monsters, data items, and then in the brackets do whichever one it was. Like, if I were to do 1, it would pull up 1. So yeah, very, and then dot MP cost, or be dot HP, dot MP, dot ATK, dot DEF, things like that. So it does work very similarly, but on the back end. So most people with RPG Maker aren't doing stuff like this, so it works. But small but rock solid says, yeah, is there a way to filter Steam games by engine like RPG Maker? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Is there a way to filter Steam games by engine? Like looking at just software? Because if it's just looking at software, yes. Yeah, you can come in here and you can say, like, you're looking specifically for software, wherever it is. I can't find it. But yeah, you can say you're looking for software specifically. Fair Inkling says, I think RPG Maker exists as a Steam tag, but I could be wrong. Oh, yeah. Like finding games by engine. What game's made by RPG Maker? Okay, yeah. There is a tag for that, and I think that they are broken up into like it's like I think there's a generic one that's just RPG Maker, and then I think they get more specific too. Like you can find RPG Maker MV, RPG Maker 2000, 2003, and stuff like that. I don't think most engines have a tag though. Yeah, some of they have to be one of the more popular ones. Like I don't think RPG Maker XP. I don't think that one has a tag. But I'm pretty sure that like MV, MZ, 2000 and 2003, I think they have tags. But it might just be RPG Maker. But yeah. So hopefully that's helpful. Hopefully that is helpful. Okay, so I completely forgot where I was. Okay, well, now we can delete that. Okay, so we were creating the quests in the skill section. Disarm traps. Are we over here? No. I have actually completely derailed my thought process. What was I doing? Let's come in here. Oh, that's right. It was selecting the quests randomly. Explore 50 rooms in the tomb, explore 20 rooms in the tomb, slay 10 monsters in the tomb. That's right. Okay. So we need to say, so this is not setting the random number. Okay, so do not set that. That's the problem. We don't want to set that anymore. Same with down here. We do not want to set that anymore. Right? 1026 for math.random. Oh, that's right. We were doing a random number. We were figuring out random numbers. That's right. Okay, so we need to come back over here. Random number. It's sad that I have to keep looking this up, but okay. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, so set 1026 to math.floor math random for times no. It's that math floor random times that. So that would be 0 through 14 plus 1. So that would make it 1 through 15. Yes. That is what we're wanting. Okay. So we delete that. Fantastic. Ugh. Can I read property name of null? Oh, that's right. That's right. We need to copy that. Because we still need to generate a random number. That is still needing to be done. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 2. 3, 2, 1, 0. It's always those brackets. They always kill me. Those brackets always kill me. Let's see. Loki says, apparently I own RPG Maker XP on Steam. Well. That's a fun one. I've spent a lot of time in that one. Not recently, but when I was younger. Small, but rock solid says, I have RMMZ and a bunch of Visual Stella plugins. Way more than I imagined. Yeah, that is my problem when it comes to plugins and assets. I always collect way more than I should. So if we come to quests, slay 5 monsters in the tomb, which would be slay 5 monsters. Okay, that's literally the first one. Cool. Would have come over here, quests, slay 5 monsters in the tomb. Slay 5 monsters in the tomb. Okay, so it's not generating the number properly. Had to have been from a humble bundle or something. Yeah, you can get these things for so cheap, especially through like Humble Bundles, and especially if it's like the previous engine. I'm pretty sure, because I used to have all the engines not on Steam, and I paid full price for almost all of them. But yeah, if you just like wait, the older engines, you can get them for so cheap, like $1 sometimes, even though they're usually like $80 if it's a new one. So yeah, MZ is one that I haven't been able to justify because it is so similar to MV. Like there's some added stuff that I do sometimes wish that we had in MV, but not enough for me to actually, you know, spend the money to buy it, even when it goes on sale for like $30. Okay, so what's going on here? Okay, so you are game variables dot set value of variable 4 to 15. Is there 15 quests? Yes. Okay. So let's come in here. Let's check and see if variable 4 should be... Okay, it's 0. Why is that the case? On after load. Okay. I mean, that shouldn't need that. Or is still 0. Set 4 to 15. Let's do... Okay, so if data manager load game is equal to 1, and if game system version ID, okay, game player, reserve transfer the map, yada, yada, yada. Oh, wait. I think this is... Okay, so if there is save data to load, it loads that. Else, if there is a new game, check player location, set up new game, go to scene map, set it to that. Whoop. Okay, let's do this. Let's do if there is a save, and let's do if there is no save. Okay, that way I can remember what part starts where and all that fun stuff. So with that, I should be able to come in here and go variables. So how many quests random are equal to 15? Yes, so we have 15 quests. Fantastic. Okay, so if I come over here then and go quests, it should now be explore 20 rooms in the tomb, which is quest number 5. And if we refresh that, come over here, gain 150 experience in combat, which is quest 12. All right. Gain 75. Okay, so the last ones we did were disarm traps. Disarm 2 traps. Explore rooms. I think that should be good. I think it is actually pulling from all 15. Disable 2 traps. But I'd like to see it say disable or disarm 10 traps. But that's neither here nor there. So all we should have to do is, as we increase the amount here, so if we ever go past, well, when we go past the amount of quests being 15, then we just need to come into the JavaScript, open this up, and increase this from 15 to whatever number we're currently at. So with that, let's come back over here. I just want to test and make sure it should all be working the exact same. Come over here, we go quests, disarm 10 traps. Okay, that's number 15. There we go. So we know it is going up to 15. So if we accept that, then it's just disarm traps, 0 out of 10. We go back to the shop, go over here, and we go back down here to 914, 941, 914. Yes. So Current quest. Goal is 10, so if we disarm 10 traps, that's good to go. Quests, you can claim. Quest complete. Slay 5 monsters in the tomb. Yes! Okay, that is actually working, I believe, perfectly. So slay 5 monsters in the tomb, except slay monsters 0-5. That's ongoing. If you come down here to the shop, and we come down here to that, the goal is 5, so we put that up to 5. There we go. And then we go to quests, and we can claim. Bada bing, bada boom, complete. Explore 20 rooms in the tomb. Sweet. There we go. Fantastic. Okay. So that is quest number 1. Nah. We just need to do that 4 more times. Which is fine. That is fine. So here's what we need to do. Let's do this. So quest 2, info start. So 1026. 1026 is 1126. 1126 is quest book slot 1. So quest book slot 2. Random. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Quest slot 3 random, quest slot 4 random, and then quest slot 5 will also be random. So 1127. Come down here. So 1126 is now 1127. Loki says, apparently I got it for free a year ago during a promotion on Steam. Who knew? Seems like something they'd give away. It's an older engine, but still kind of fun. It's always fun when you get free stuff, though. It's like one of the biggest reasons why I have the Epic launcher installed on my computer. It's because they give away free games like every week. It's fantastic. Okay, then set it to a random between 4 plus 1. Okay, that is good. And then 112, I believe. So actor 112 is quest 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So what we need to do is say set 113 to the name variable 1127 dot name, and then set 13's nickname to 1127 dot description. Set variables 12, and then that should be 17, right? 1112 and 1117. 1112, 1117. Yes, that is correct. 2, 1127 and 1127. Okay, that should be quest 2. Oh my gosh. Quest 2. That was a nightmare. Okay, we're gonna get rid of the end though, because we don't need that. We're just gonna do quest 1 info start, quest 2 info start, quest 3 info start. Loki says you can also get free assets from Fab, formerly the Epic Asset Store, every other Tuesday. Really? I'm gonna go check that out. I had no idea. Some good information to have. 1127 is 1128, and 4 plus 1. Okay. We're setting 114 to 1128. 114 to 1128. 28. We're doing 113 and 118. Or 1118. 1113. 1118. Oof. Okay, and then quest 4 info. 1129. 115. 115. 14. 19. 27. 7. 27. This is going over a lot faster. And 5. Okay, so this should show all of the quests across all of them. Okay, but this is no longer. This is not going to be the same. Because these are going to be the static, the progressionary quests. Yeah, I've been stockpiling assets. That is a good thing to do, especially if you can get them for free. Because I have also been stockpiling assets, but I have been paying for most of them. Okay, so you are variable 5 plus 1. Okay, so we actually need to do that now as well. More random quests are added. Let's grab you, and we're gonna do game variables set value to variable 5. 15? No. Go to skills. We're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we would just say 6 here. Yes. And increase anytime more static quests are added. Or incremental quests are added. Okay. So there's 6 of those. So then what we need to do is for 5, I'm going to say set 1030 to a random number for 5 plus 1. And then we're saying $16, 15, 20. And then here at the end, you're setting it game variables dot value. You're 1127. Oh crap, I didn't update this one. 1129. 29. 1129. 1129. Let's see, Loki says, I've also gotten some from Humble Bundles. Same. But yeah, every other Tuesday they give away stuff. It used to be first Tuesday of the month, but now it's every other Tuesday. It's 3 assets at a time. If you do get them, make sure you get the professional version. That is good to look out for. It kind of sucks if they would give stuff away for free, but you have to like make sure you're getting the right one. Yeah, that's good. I'm assuming they probably have like a personal one where you don't really need a license, and then the professional one where you need a license if you're planning on releasing it, the game. So that is good stuff to know. It's 1129. Quest book slot 4 random. Quest book slot 5 random. Yes. So 1130. But we need to do it slightly differently because we're not pulling from the same variables. So you're setting 1130 to a random variable between 0 and 4 plus 200. Nope, plus 201. So you're picking a random number between 6, so 201 and 206. 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, 206. Yes. Okay. That shouldn't be too bad then. And then do 1130, 1130, 1130, 1130. Okay. So if we come in here, we should see 5 quests. Except for we're not actually showing any of the quests. So we've got you. Disable 5 traps. Let's clone you. I'm going to switch you to relative. Okay, and you are 1, 2, 2. Okay. Oh, that is so hard to see. Here's what we're doing. We're going to close out of that. Coming over here. We're going to open up images, pictures, safe room, safe room 3. Let's open you up in Photoshop. And we're going to do this. We're going to grab the color palette. We're going to grab the brightest possible. Brightest. No, not the brightest. Let's just go with like a different color. Go with red. There's no red. You. We just want a good contrast, right? Yeah, let's go with the darkest red. So second brightest red, darkest red. The reason why we want the contrast is so that we can line up the text and have it be a little bit easier to do. There we go. Perfect. Loki says, don't remember the exact split, but it's the same asset. Both are free, but professional has less restrictions or whatever it was. Okay, so it's based on revenue. If it's more than 100K in a year, you're supposed to use the professional. When it's free, it's smarter to get the professional, even if you aren't in that revenue window. Yeah, I figured it was something to do with the licensing, because the licensing can be an absolute nightmare sometimes. Still, not going to keep me from not getting it. Alright, well, that didn't help. Alright. Okay, so that is lined up there. So it's 1, 2, 1, 2. And then we've got, so you're 112, so we need 113. And then if 45 is true, what is variable 45? 45 is, nope, not variable 45. It's switch 45. Switch 45 is safe room quest. Okay, so we don't need to change that. So we just need to refresh. Disarm 10 traps. There we go. Come down here to the reward. Jesse Harlan. We got a different Jesse. That was very confusing. Jesse Harlan, welcome. Says, I've never seen a stream before. I'm new here, but I wanted to say congrats on the work thus far. It looks really nice. Good on you for showing the process too. You should be proud of this. Thank you, Jesse. I really appreciate that. It means a lot. Yeah, the live streams, they have their ups and downs. A lot of it, I would say, for the most part, the fun part is just being able to chat, hang out. I think it's a good time. I like hanging out with everybody here. So, yeah. But yeah, I appreciate that. It's fun. It's fun to kind of show how the how the process is and all that good stuff. And if people are interested in watching, great. And if they prefer just shorts content, I'm all right with that too. Okay, so then 11. So 1,112 could be. Is that right? Disarming 10 traps has a reward of 20. Come over here. Disarming 10 traps has a reward of 20. Okay, that is correct. Perfect. Okay, so that's quest 2. Let's clone this guy again. Clone. Put him right there. 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, and then you are ID 114. Slay 5 monsters in the tomb. Wow, that is the one thing why we're going to need a ton of different quests, is because I want to make sure there's rarely, if ever, a time where, and we're probably just going to have to go in and add this later, we're going to have to make sure that we don't spawn the same, or we don't use the same quest that's currently, there are 2 of the same quests. That's what I'm trying to say, just in a weird roundabout way. Okay, clone you right there. 2, 4, and you are variable 113. Okay, and then let's clone this guy. Get him there. 2, 1, 2. You are variable, or you're the actor ID 115. Or 50 rooms in the tomb. Clone you. We're almost there. before. You would be the reward based on variable 1114. And then last but not least, clone. Two. Increase fire spell to level 2. Perfect. Right. We do not want random on that guy. That's okay. We'll fix that later. So let's come over here. We're going to clone you. You there. The reward is based on variable 1115. Okay. So we can close that. Let's close that. We'll come over here. And we're going to revert this back to how it was before. Save. All right. Anyway, yeah, Jesse, if you're still there on YouTube, yeah, there's another Jesse that is usually in here. So when I saw your name, I was like, oh hey, Jesse's back, and I was like, wait, that's a different kind of Jesse. So, but yeah, glad you could be here. I appreciate the kind words. I really do. It really means a lot. Yeah, sometimes every now and then I kind of think, are people actually enjoying this? Is it worth streaming and putting all this content out? But I don't know. It seems like people are, and I've really loved the community that we've been building so far. So it's a good time. I like it. We're almost at a monster, which means it's almost time to end the stream. Jesse on YouTube says, also, okay, good. It does show over. For some reason, the YouTube chat takes like a couple extra seconds to show on the video. Anyway, I am enjoying this. I noticed you mock up in Photoshop. You use that as your daily driver for art. Yes, yeah, Photoshop, I would say that is my daily. I want to find something else. Photoshop is great. I absolutely love Photoshop. I've had so many issues with it crashing. I've had cloud syncing issues before, and with them raising the prices, because right now I'm on the photography plan. So I think I've been paying it's like 10 or 11 bucks a month that I pay for Photoshop, which I'm like, you know what? I use it daily. I'm fine to pay 10 bucks a month for it. But I think they're raising it to like 15 bucks a month. And I'm like, I don't want to have that raised by 50%. So yeah, I think I need to find another alternative. But yeah, if I use Photoshop, it's great. I've been using it for good 2 decades now. So kind of know my way around pretty well. And yeah, I really like it, despite its flaws. But yeah, the price increase is probably the biggest reason why I think I'm going to switch. Small but rock solid on Twitch says, have you ever uploaded a game on Steam? I have not. This will hopefully be my first once I get all of that done. I have uploaded a game on itch though. It's here, I'll itch.io/ I think if we just go Moonwood Games, I think I can just do that. No. All right, how do I find that? Itch.io. Let's go here to dashboard. No, I don't want to create a dashboard. Oh, okay, so it's just moonwoodgames.itch.io. That's much more simple. That is a lot more simple. So I've made one game that I uploaded to itch, and it is just a very simple game called Would You Take the Pill? So yeah, general idea is it's always so weird to go back and look at your old projects. But anyway, so this is based on a would you rather that one of my coworkers at my old job asked. And it was basically, there's 1,000 pills. For each pill you take, you get $500,000, but one out of those 1,000 pills will kill you instantly. Would you take the pill? And if so, how many pills would you take? So you click on the pill, you take it, and then it just asks, how many more pills would you take? So you've got your pills eaten, you've got your cash out button, and then your death chance. So as you start taking pills, you've eaten 27 pills, you could cash out for $13.5 million. your likelihood of dying as the amount of pills you've eaten out of the 1,000, your death chance just goes up and up and up. And yeah, you just eat all the pills that you want until you're like, yeah, that would be worth it. We'll just eat a couple more pills and get a solid $101.5 million. There we go. There we go. And then I added a little to let you know how far away, like if you would keep eating, how many more pills could you have eaten without dying? Holy crap, I could have eaten a lot more pills. I could have walked away with so much more money. Small but rock solid says, I would eat 999 pills. That is what so many of my coworkers said. When he asked me, I was like, I'd eat 20. You know, I was like, if you eat 20 pills, it's not like, you know, so right there. So yeah, $10 million. I feel like the likelihood of you taking the pill where you would actually die, 20 out of 1,000. So what is that? A 2 in 100 chance that you would die? I feel like that's a low enough number that I could very happily and easily just be like, you know what? I'll take it. Because if I could walk away with $10 million, that'd be fine. But yeah, I did have quite a few coworkers that they were like, I would take 999 pills. And if I walk away with whatever it would be, it's like the $999.5 million, or would that be right? Yeah, $999.5 million. Like if I walk away with that, great. If I die instantly, also great. I'm just like, geez, I think you need to maybe go see a therapist if you're okay with the idea of $1 billion dying. $1 billion dying. I don't know. Anyway, so yes, so I've made and published one other thing, and yeah. So this is going to be a learning experience the whole way through, figuring out how to upload something to Steam and all that fun stuff. But we'll get there. We'll get there. But for now, the quests, you pull that up, there we go. You got all the quests, which should all be, yeah, so disarm 2 traps, explore 20 rooms in the tomb, explore 40 rooms in the tomb, disarm 2 traps, and then right now that is picking randomly between that, which is not good. Fair Inkling says, give me 1,000, we're getting generational wealth. There's a good way to look at it. Just be like, you know what? Give me all of them. Let me, oh, actually, that is the one thing that I forgot to mention, that he did say, if you die, you don't get to keep the money. So that does kind of suck. But yeah, if that were the case, I'd be like, you know what? For my wife and kid, I'll take all the pills I can get. But yeah, how great would that be though? If you could just like, if something that simple and it's just like, yep, you get tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, I'd be like, you know what? Worth it. Worth it. No. Anyway, okay, while we're thinking about it, before we end the stream, I do want to fix this, because this is right now picking a random number between those 6 quests that we have, and we do not want that. So what we need to do is if we go over here to JavaScript, and we pull up the skip title script, so this is what it loads when you first load the game. So we're setting 5 to be 201. 201. And we are not changing this at all. That is where it starts, starting at 201. Yes. So then, over here, when it's setting all these up for 5, this is not going to pick a random number between that. We don't need that at all, because we are just starting at... I guess we don't even need 5 anymore then, because 5 would be where we would have picked the random number. So let's just get rid of 5. And we're just going to set 1130. Let's go back over here. So set 1130 to 201. And then we don't need to pick a random number. Okay, so then the first static quest at the bottom should be reach player level 2. And that should be what it is. It's not going to pick a random number, just quests, reach player level 2. Refresh, player level 2. Refresh, player level 2. Even though it's doing new quests here, this will be the static quest you will have. I think that'll be good. I think having 4 quests that you pick just randomly, and these will randomly generate, not randomly generate, but like they'll change every time. I think that'll be good. Yeah. Because while there is a lot of this game that I'm like, yes, we can randomly generate a whole bunch of stuff, there are some things that I want a little bit more handcrafted, and I would like to handcraft the quests a little bit more. Even though it's feeding them to you randomly, like I want to make the quests. And so we can get more specific, we can get more balanced, instead of just slay X monsters in the tomb. Like, yes, we'll have a whole bunch of, like, we'll have, random ones of these, but like, I want to handcraft them. I want to make sure that they're well balanced for how dangerous they're going to be for you. And then as you do this one, it'll start off with reach player level 2. And then after you complete that one, it'll go to the next one. Increase fire spell level to level 2. Increase spirit spell, water spell, poison spell, and then reach player level 3. So on and so forth. I think that'll be good. Ooh, I missed a lot of your texts, a lot of your chats, Jesse. Sorry about that. Let's see. Photoshop. You were 0 pills away from dying. Wow. Wait, you gave it a try and you were zero pills away from dying? That is actually very lucky. That is extremely lucky. What JS framework is it that runs in this? Is it just part of RPG Maker? I'm unfamiliar with RPG Maker. Hey, Jesse, you're back. Fun stuff going on. We now have another Jesse, so I'm going to have to be very specific about the Jesse that I'm talking to. But yeah, so Jesse Harlan, what JS framework is it that runs in this? Yeah, so it's just a part of RPG Maker. So technically, RPG Maker MV just runs in a browser window. So when this like window pops up, it is literally just running in a browser window. Yeah, so it just uses, it's running just JavaScript to run everything, and that's about as far as I know. So, to disambiguate, I go by the Simian online, if that helps. A fish and a monkey, totally different Jessies. That is true. That is true. Very different. The simian and the fish. So maybe we'll go with the fish and the simian. Or fish and simian. Maybe. We'll figure it out. Pharaoh Inkling on Twitch says, can I be a Jesse? Yes, you can be Pharaoh Jesse. So we'll have Simian Jesse, Fish Jesse, and Pharaoh Jesse. That won't be confusing at all. Okay. I think the fish is fine with me. That was my work nickname. Oh, well, there we go. We can have the fish and the simian. I'm gonna have to see if I can actually remember to do that. I may just say Jesse anyway, and you two will just have to find. Oh, you three. Sorry, there, Pharaoh Inkling, Pharaoh Jesse. Forgot you wanted to be a Jesse as well. You three can just fight it out. Whoever you think I'm talking to. Okay, so yeah, we did some fantastic work. We got a lot of stuff in today. So I am also now realizing we did not touch our Trello board today, which is not great for project management, but oh well, it happens. Sometimes you track your projects and sometimes you don't. But yeah, so we got over here in the level select, we got a whole bunch of stuff done. So we actually got not all of it finished, but most of it finished, so that you've got your paths that branch between the levels. We now have it so you can hover over all of these and it will show what the room is going to be. We also got the vertical positions finished for a little bit of it. We got the groundwork laid, which is half the battle. So now I know what I need to do to make it so that we can have the paths branch between. You can actually, when you're choosing, it'll show where you're going. As you can see, it highlights there on that first one. So it kind of shows like, here, the path, when you hover over that, it shows your going that way. So we just need to, finish filling all of that out, and yeah, it'll be a good time. The fish says anyone can be a Jesse, just send a money order. That's true. You gotta pay your Jesse fees. I think they just hand those out to anybody. It's an exclusive club. So I feel much better about this level select scene than the old one. It does just feel better to me anyway. So I got the groundwork of that laid out, which is fantastic. It is working great. Even with the grayscale colors, I love the freaking twirling animation, how it shifts, and anyway, I love it. And then we got the quest system working, so now we can have our quests built out in a actual database, so that we're not just working with a whole bunch of different variables and trying to figure things out like that. So, the fish says, oh dang, you got the highlighting done. Nice, that's looking good. Yeah, it took a bit, but yeah, while you were gone, got that all figured out. So yeah, so when you highlight, it will now, so obviously you can hover over and it'll show where you're hovering. It also, so we haven't gotten this finished yet, but right now, if you are here, so you just finished floor 1, it'll now highlight so you can see it's a lighter gray color. And then if you highlight, it'll let you know that you're going here, but it also shows your paths for where you're going, which I feel will help a ton. So got that all working, which I'm really happy with. I'm glad that we got it working. It's a little more complicated than I was hoping. A lot of else and if-else statements, but should be good. Level progression scene is looking sick. Well done. Thank you. Yeah, it's not easy to do in RPG Maker. It becomes a lot more complicated than you would think. So all of this is what's running that. So I have to do an individual, so for each node, I have to do its own stuff. So it's not much, it's literally from here down to here. So it's not a whole lot going on, but it's just enough to where it's kind of tedious once you get this many nodes. So, it's whatever. Once it's working, and I'm happy with it. But yeah, and then we also got the quest system. Whoops, gotta switch over here to the other scene. So they got the safe room working with the quests. So you can now come in here. You've got your quests. It pulls from the database randomly with all those quests. So we can just fill those out to our heart's content. So if anyone has any fun ideas for quests you would like to do in the game. So right now we've just got some very generic ones, like killing monsters, exploring rooms, gaining experience, and disarming traps. And but if there's anything else that you can think of that would be enjoyable to do while you're progressing in the dungeon. It's obviously there's going to be a lot of other things you're focused on. So the quests aren't going to be the primary focus. You're obviously focused on making it through the dungeon and getting through and exploring and all that fun stuff. But that would be another one, collecting dice. So collecting dice, merging dice, all sorts of fun things. Drawing cards. Those are just the extra things you can be focusing on as you're going through killing monsters, collecting dice, exploring the dungeon, and eventually finding your way to the end to save the princess. Good old classic fantasy tropes. Explore the dungeon, save the princess. That is the goal. So, anyway, it's a deck battler. Yes, kind of. So it is Blackjack. So come into a monster. If you know how Blackjack works, so the face card, or not the face cards, the number cards. What are they called? The cards just have their face value. So this is obviously, so this is equal to 16. So you're trying to draw as high as you can without breaking 21. So if I drew 26, I bust, and then the monster gets an attack opportunity, and they attack me. So eventually, I'm still on the fence. I'm not sure which way to go. If we're either going to have it so that the monsters draw cards with you, kind of like, if you were playing Blackjack, the dealer would draw their cards. Right now, the way that it works is the monsters have their armor class, which is essentially you have to draw to that value or above to be able to attack them. It's like if this guy's armor class was a 17, I would have to draw at least one more card to see if I could get 17 or above. And if I bust, then the monster attacks. So anyway, so that's kind of the idea is, so you're playing Blackjack to fight the monsters. And yeah, as you fight the monsters, then it kind of becomes a dice collecting and dice merging game. So you collect your dice, you merge them, and then actually, well, no, we're not connected to the safe room yet. But anyway, so as you're collecting your dice, you're merging them, yada, yada, yada. And then when you come across this sigil, this is how you exit the floor. And so if we were to activate this, it would take us out of the dungeon. Obviously, all the visuals are, oh boy, that is extremely broken. We're gonna fix all that later. But anyway, so then you'd come here, and this is where you would choose your path. So let's just pretend that none of that happened. We activated the sigil, and we got teleported to the level select screen. So then this is where, let's say, for example, this is where you were, and then you can choose your path of where you want to go. The different colors correspond to either green is the safe room, and the safe room would then take you over into here. And then in the safe room, you heal up, you've got your inventory. Eventually, right now this fire is just a placeholder, but eventually there would be, you can buy and sell dice. So if you've got enough money, you can buy all these different dice, merge them, go into your spell book, upgrade your fire spells, your spirit spells, your water spells, all that fun stuff. And then whatever, if there's any dice that you feel like you don't need, sell them, get some money, yada, yada, yada. You got your quests, accept your quests, leave, go into the next dungeon. Then you got your quests where every room you explore, we haven't implemented this yet, but as you explore the rooms, then it adds to your quests. So that is the general idea. Yeah, it's a blackjack game with dice collecting and merging, and yeah, it's a lot. It is a lot of different systems to try and implement, but then also balancing everything is going to be fun. Simeon says that's a lot of control flow. You weren't exaggerating. Yeah, it is a lot. It is a lot of stuff. Let's see. Small but rock solid says, given the popularity of Balatro and stuff, combining a classic casino game and dungeon crawler seems fun. Yeah, so here's the thing with Balatro. I know about Balatro, but I've never played it, and I refuse to play it until I finish this game, because I don't want any of its systems or mechanics or anything like that to influence what I do at this game, because I had the concept for this game years ago. Originally, this game was going to be called Black Mage Jack, and you were going into a dungeon, and you were playing blackjack against a black mage named Jack, and basically the idea of the game would be you were fighting through monsters. There wasn't as much dungeon exploration, but you were going through fighting monsters with blackjack to defeat them, and you were trying to defeat the black mage Jack with blackjack. So this was a concept I had years ago, and I was like, that seems like it'd be kind of fun, but I was like, I could never get it quite right. And then I heard about Balatro, and I'm like, holy crap, there obviously is a market for something like this. So I'm like, okay, I need to actually buckle down, make this project, and see if people like it. So anyway, so all of that to say, I want to make sure that I do not know too much about Balatro, so that I am not tempted to be like, oh, he did that really great, I'm going to take that same concept, because I want it to be as original as possible. So Fairy Inkling says, transport an egg through a floor. It has a chance of breaking every time you get hit, but it has a high reward. I don't understand it. I don't understand your reference. Transport an egg through a floor. It has a chance of breaking every time you get hit. Oh, okay. You are holding an egg, and every time you get hit, it has a chance of breaking, but you have a high reward if you make it through. Okay, that makes sense. I was so confused there for a second, but I get it now. That makes more sense. Yes. I also wouldn't mind adding things like that. Because right now, just having these like generic kill X amount of monsters, explore X amount of rooms, gain X amount of experience, it does feel kind of generic, right? This is more of just like, oh, you're playing the game, let's reward you type of things. But I wouldn't mind having more or different quests. Kind of like that. You know, you're just, especially like random things like that, I feel like could be fun. It's where it's like, yeah, it's like you have an egg, but every time you take damage, there's like a 1 in 10 chance that it breaks, or 1 in 20 or something like that. So I do like that. I do like that. Yes, quest ideas. Sorry, I was not sure what you're talking about. What about the quest rewards, where you can get Joker card, and that can help you get tremendous success with your deck? Maybe. So I'm avoiding turning this into a deck builder, just because I'm like, with Blackjack, you're not building your deck, right? You're just using standard decks, and so that's kind of what this is supposed to be, where it's like it's just standard Blackjack, but the cards are linked to elemental spells. And so you're like upgrading your spells to increase their damage. So I might maybe some stuff like that, but not with this project. There are definitely some things I've thought about as I've been making this that I've like, that would be really cool. I've already got too much as it is. And so I'm kind of like, maybe if this does well enough, maybe a Tomb of Versilius 2, where I will add more systems and make it like an actual deck builder, potentially. My focus is on the spell side. Yes. Yeah, my focus is more on the spell side, having it so that, you know, you're not even necessarily, you've only got your 4 suits, and they, you know, relate to the elements. So fire, spirit, water, poison. This used to be earth, but I was like, let's try and change up the elements so it's not so generic. But yeah, so that's what it is. So like, as you upgrade, so like, if I were to put this dice here in fire, the damage is now 6. So if I were to then go back into the dungeon, fighting monsters, if I ever drew a red card, it would then do 6 damage. And so you're increasing your spells, like you're collecting your dice, increasing your spell damage, so you can do more damage to the enemies. Yeah. The fish says, I'm pretty much in the same boat with Balatro. I've got an idea for a casino RPG that I've been noodling through for a year. Different for your game too. Yeah, and I would say probably the most important thing to do is there's nothing wrong with using the same ideas as any game, whether it's been successful or not, but you just kind of have to come at it with your own angle, right? Make it different, make it unique to you. You know, because like if I were to be making something like this, and if it was specifically still with poker, I would need to make it different enough from Balatro that people aren't just like, oh, it's just Balatro, right? And so yeah, nothing wrong with making, even if it's an RPG based around a casino game, nothing wrong with that. But you just want to make sure that there's like that twist that it's like, but this is mine. So yeah, absolutely. The egg idea was a quest idea. Yep, I definitely, got that. The fragile cargo. For years, nothing wrong with inspiration, but also I want to try and do my own ideas. Yeah, absolutely. And inspiration is necessary. I mean, obviously, like, nothing in this game is necessarily completely original. I'm just trying to take fun things that I like about a bunch of different games and putting them into one. Because ultimately, I'm like, this is the kind of game that I want to play, and so I'm going to make it. And if other people want to play it too, fantastic. And if not, at least I made a game that I want to play. So it's like, you know, the dice merging stuff. I love merging games. But anytime you find a merging game, it's always some cheap mobile game where between every level you're watching an ad or something like that. And it gets super annoying. So I'm like, I'm going to make my own merging game. I love D20s. So I'm like, all right, let's use D20s that you can merge together and it increases, yada, yada, yada. Great. I enjoy dungeon crawlers. So I'm like, let's make a dungeon crawler where you're not focused on just these crazy systems that so many dungeon crawlers are nowadays, where it's like, I'm managing this, you know, this party of 4, I'm managing all their stats and all these different skills. And like, it's fun, but I'm like, I don't need a dungeon crawler that has so many mechanics that other, you know, dungeon crawlers have. Like, specifically, I'm thinking of, yes. So here, let me close this so you can see. So I don't know if you've ever played The Legend of Grimrock. but it's a first-person dungeon crawler. Very, very similar to what I'm making, just with more modern graphics. But it's, you got your party of 4, you're going through the dungeon, when you press up, you take a step forward when you go into this block now, and you've got your monsters throughout the dungeon. So, it's like that, but there's just a lot more stuff that's being managed in here, and I'm like, I want to simplify it, because I like this game just slightly more simplified. So anyway, just taking inspiration from a bunch of different things, nothing wrong with that, but then you just make it your own and you're good to go. You got your stuff. Small but rock solid says, let's see. Oh wow, I've lost a few. Yeah, so focus on the spell side, and colored dice are random. Just wondering how many builds you can create in your game. Yeah, so the dice colors, the dice colors are static. There's always the 4, but as far as like them spawning the dice and things like that, that is completely random. So you kind of have to like pick and choose which one you're keeping and which ones you're selling, because your inventory is only so large. And so you can only keep so many dice. So for the beginning, you're probably going to be leveling up all of your spells pretty consistently because you can merge really easily. But as you progress further into the game, your dice, like to then merge and get another red 5, I need 2 red 1s to then make a red 2. And then I need 2 red 1s and another red 2 to make a red 3. And then I need 2 red 1s to make a red 2, 2 red 1s to make a red 2, merge the red 2, so on and so forth. So as you get further in the game, you kind of have to start picking and choosing which ones you're keeping, which ones you're selling, all that fun stuff. But yeah, as far as like actual builds, I'm still on the fence about maybe making it so that like maybe once you reach level 10 in your spell book, you can kind of start speccing into like other things and like doing like flaming spirit, or I don't know, poison flame and stuff like kind of like being able to like merge them together so that they're like expanding on the damage they're doing. We'll see what happens though. I like the idea as long as it has some build diversity and you can somehow specialize in a suit, element, or something. Yeah, and that's where it will come down to. So like I was saying in the beginning, you're kind of just speccing into all of them, but then you would be choosing specifically what element you're kind of going into. And again, still on the fence about potentially rearranging this whole skill tree and making it so that like you'd have fire in this corner, poison in this corner, spirit in this corner, and water in this corner. And then they kind of are like coming together, and then you will be choosing where you put your dice, and they kind of like branch out, and then when the branches eventually meet, it kind of like starts merging those elements. It's a thought. Maybe. Anyway. Yeah. Well, I think that's what we're gonna call it today. Small but rock solid says, let me do a fire/poison build. I blow up the poison with fire. Yeah, it's the hope that I will eventually be able to do something like that. Right now, the current spellbook was very just generic. I'm like, let's just get something to where you can just throw your spells in here and you're good to go. You can level up your spells, it's adding to the damage, that's good. So eventually we probably will expand on the spellbook so you can actually merge spells eventually. Like once you level them up to a certain point, then you'll start actually combining spells. So yeah, you can have poison fire, you can have water spirits, fire spirits, poison spirits. You can have, and that's where like it would be, they would be 4 elements that are like the far opposites. Like fire and water would never merge. You could merge fire and spirit and fire and poison, but like that one would never merge. So it would need a lot of working and figuring out, but that's kind of the eventual hope, is to do something like that so you can actually spec out your character a little bit better and yeah, all that stuff. Anyway, yes, so that should be it for the stream today. Thank you everyone so much for watching, for joining in the chat. I absolutely love chatting with everybody, so thank you so much. Tomorrow we are going to finish up the level select screen now that we know what we're doing. I think I've said this like three times now. We're going to finish the level select screen, and we're going to make it so we can finally bridge the gap between the dungeon scene, the level select scene, and the safe room scene. So you can finally go from dungeon to level select to safe room to dungeon, all that fun stuff. We're going to get there. Now that we know what we're doing, we're going to get there. It's going to be great. So, yes, thank you. I appreciate everyone for being here, and we will see you tomorrow, same place, same time, and all that fun stuff. So, until then, farewell, have a good day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.